Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to a really special Tuesday Trucker Talk. It's also going to be a technical Tuesday talk. I'm already having internet problems. I've got several other internets on backup if we have to switch. But if it gets choppy or the sound gets bad, let me know. We'll jump over to another internet source. Also, part of the reason for the title of this video, I've got a tooth that's either needs to be pulled or filled or something. I've never had a cavity before, so I don't know what one feels like, but it's what I've always thought a cavity would feel like. So I need to get back to Texas, get back to a dentist and get that looked at. So as a result of that, I'm taking some tooth numbing stuff, and the left side of my face is kind of numb right now. So if I mispronounce some words or something like that, y'all bear with me. Now, for those that are new and never been here before, the way we usually do things, the first 15 or 20 minutes of the show, you might look back at past ones and go, man, they're 2 and 3 hours long. First 15, 20 minutes, I kind of tell you what all's happened this week. And then the rest of the show, I answer viewer comments, things like that. Friends of the show, I try to give them the time that they deserve to get their questions and comments out there. But speaking of friends of the show, we always start off by announcing channel members. This is people that basically pay a subscription service to the channel. They get additional content, things like that. If that's something that you're interested in, hit the join button below your screen and it will tell you all about that. It's like $5 a month, I think $4.99 or something like that. If you're on an iPhone, you have to do it through your browser or on a computer. You cannot do it through the YouTube app, from what I'm told. All right, we'll start with the oldest channel member, work our way up to the newest. We're now up to 14, so it'll take me just a second. We got Ramon, RGB, Robbie Ross, Corey Oatley, John Toohey, Midlife Trucker, Red Raider Reloading, Randy's Road Life, Christian Harlow, Keith Kroll, man, I always mess that up. It's even worse when I'm on tooth numbing medication. Tim Back, here's another one I mess up. Smaller Hauler, Oaser DM, and Roger Berry. All right. So this week we got a lot to talk about. So, oh boy, I want to start with a quick rant and then I'll tell you how I got to that place. So I was in Springfield, Missouri, and this morning I was looking for a load. And a broker I'm not going to say their name, even if y'all put it in the comments. They're 3 initials. They've been in the news lately. They're known for having A, cheap freight, and B, working with newer authorities. Anyway, they had a really good load. I was in Springfield. I spent the night at Bob's Parking, which is a paid parking place. It's where I picked up my trailer, and we'll talk about the trailer here in a minute. And I thought, man, this is great. It picks up in Springfield. It went to Irving. I thought I can get a pretty decent load out of Irving, pretty much to anywhere in the country. And the rate was decent on it. And I call them, and they give me totally different information. I stopped them. I was like, whoa, I think we're talking about a different load here. The one they had picked up in Illinois, 4 hours away, and went to Oklahoma, out in the middle of nowhere, basically, 2 hours from Irving. And so we're talking about a total of 6 extra hours of driving. When you factored that extra mileage and everything into that trip, it turned a good paying load into a very bad paying load. And so I just thanked her. I didn't start any conflict or any drama and told her that I wouldn't be interested. But my rant is that I hate when brokers knowingly and purposefully put false information out there just to get you to call. She said, well, we figured drivers wouldn't mind doing the extra driving. And I didn't say nothing, but I thought, well, they probably might or might not mind, but you should tell them the facts and the truth up front and let them make that decision instead of wasting their time. So that was kind of a deal that upset me. I ended up getting a load, picked up in Joplin, about 80 miles away, and from where I was, and it paid, if you don't count the deadhead, it was just over $3 a mile. If you do count the deadhead, it was $2.71 a mile. That's all miles in. And it was going over to Loveland, Colorado, which is where I'm en route to now for day after tomorrow morning delivery. Now, I know what some of you are going to say. You're terrified of Colorado, but those that have been watching me for a while know that I've got some broker contacts that help me out when I go to Colorado. So it's never a problem for me to get in and out there. I'll say almost never a problem for me to get in and out of there with a decent load. But so what was I doing in Springfield? Well, I dropped my load about 105 miles north of St. Louis. And then I went down to St. Louis and dropped my trailer. It was a rental that SRO Logistics had, and they were turning it in, and they bought another one for me to use that was down in Springfield. Now, I had been warned when I went to this trailer rental place. They said, "Oh, Todd, it's really, really tight in there. You got to be careful. They got a lot of trailers. It's a mess." I'd read reviews. Everybody said, "Oh, it's bad. It's bad." And I got there. The people were super friendly. It had rained a lot there, so they said, "Hey, just drop it out here by the gate, and we'll take it back there for you." So I was fortunate that I didn't have to take it in the back where it could be a hairy mess. Then I went down to Springfield, and I got to meet another YouTuber, a guy named Snore Lord. If you had never seen his channel, check him out. He does a couple of lives a week, 2 to 3, and he talks about spot market. I'd watched him a couple of times, but it was nice to meet him in person. Great guy, and it turns out that's who SRO Logistics bought the trailer from, was Snore Lord. And so when I got there, the stickers were still on the trailer from when he had used it, so we had to peel his stickers and, you know, change out all the paperwork. Scott had overnighted it to him, so he had everything we needed. And it was cold out there. It took us about 2 or 3 hours to get everything done. And then Snore Lord took me out for some really good Mexican food after that. And then, like I said, I ended up spending the night at Bob's Park, and they're in Stratford, Missouri, which is just right north of Springfield, like 12 or 14 miles. So had a great time. It was a lot of fun, and it was nice to meet him. But I couldn't believe that broker, and it's not just them. They all do it from time to time. But usually they'll fudge 30 or 40 miles. They won't fudge 4 hours or something like that. And so as far as the truck and trailer goes, I'm not hiding anything. I'm going to get a video out about both of them. Yesterday, me and Snore Lord were going to do a video together, and or we had talked about it, but just we ran out of daylight and it got late. And so we didn't get that done. Maybe next time I go through Springfield, we'll try to put something together for you guys. But the same reason is why I haven't made a video of the truck. The reason I haven't done the truck yet, I'm still packing stuff away. I've got it 1,000 times better than it was, but I still want to get it a little more neat and orderly before I walk y'all through here. Trailer, I just ran out of daylight. I've pulled it a few hundred miles today. Seems to be a great trailer. I'm very happy with it. And I hope I've got it for a long time to come. I don't like changing trailers. You know, when I did the OPI board at at Dart, I would keep the same trailer, usually 3 or 4 months before I traded. But in a situation like where I'm at now, I'd prefer to keep this trailer for just as long as possible. And so that's what's been going on. A lot of you have been calling and texting, asking how the truck's running. It's running great. Even Scott called me today, asked me how I was doing, and I was telling him it's therapeutic to be back on the road after being off for so long. I'm just really enjoying myself right now and having a good time and a lot of fun. But Man, I wish this tooth didn't hurt. I am going to have to get back and go to the dentist. I've got 2 doctor's appointments in December. And so I'm moving those around to see when I can get down there to do those. And also my birthday is on December 11th, and I'll be 51. I'm not sure if I'm going to make it to Lubbock for that. I probably won't. That's when one of my doctor's appointments is, coincidentally, but we'll see what happens. Right now, I'm just working on getting this load to Colorado and putting these videos out. So with all that being said, nobody's griping about the internet yet, so I guess it's holding up okay. I'm going to go ahead and jump up here to the comments. See there, we're at 12 minutes. I said 10 to 15 minutes. I got everything in I needed to talk about, so now we'll jump into the comments of all my friends here. Very first in today, he's been waiting about an hour. Trucking with the Fly Rabbit was first here today. Good to have you. And Gary Cook says, I'm here in Jacksonville, Florida, waiting to get loaded, but we'll be listening. Good deal, sir. Thank you for being here. And always one of the first ones in for all the lives. It's Asphalt Jungle. Thank you for being here. He is now transformed to the Grinch. Hopefully he won't steal Christmas during the show. Let's see here. Channel member Roger Berry is here. Glad to have you. And Josh McLean says he's here. And Keith, who is also a channel member, says, man, I thought I would beat more of you here than this. You guys were on the ball. Yeah, we got some quick draws in here that they don't play around. As soon as they get the notification, they at least drop in and leave a comment. And I noticed today we had a lot of them that even left a thumbs up before the show even started. So I appreciate y'all for that as well. And it looks like the numbness in my mouth is where I can still talk so far. So that's good. Channel member Keith says, good evening, gentlemen. I'm excited to hear about what's been happening so far. Yeah, it's really been a clean, drama-free week. And I realize that doesn't make an exciting video, but it's nice after 8 weeks of chaos and confusion, and I couldn't be happier. I mean, things have gone well, far better than I expected when all of this was shaken down. And channel member Tim Back is here. And a real good friend of mine, Chris Morris, is here. He says, good evening. Good evening, sir. You guys might remember, and y'all have probably seen pictures. I went to the Clinton Presidential Library when I was in Little Rock. I met Chris and his family. Super nice people, a blast to hang out with. I got to get back to Little Rock and see them again. I have really had a good time with them. Met his whole family and helped them move their in-laws and things like that. It was a lot of fun, and I would definitely like to go back there again and see them. I need to call Chris and see how he's been. I hadn't talked to him on the phone in a while, and he's made some transitions out of trucking here lately, and I just need to see how things are going with him and his family. But you won't meet nicer people or just a better family to hang out with. I really had a good time with them. ROB says finishing a 30-minute break in Green River, Wyoming, but looking forward to listening while I drive. Yep, tonight I'm in Harrisonville, Missouri. I'm about to go up 49 here and get on 70. I'll be running 70 across to Denver. If any of y'all are on 70, it's possible you'll run into me tonight or tomorrow. I'm gonna, not run into me, hopefully. But anyway, I'll be going across 70. If you're in the area, holler at me, and you never know. But yep, that's what I got planned. I'm probably going to drive a couple hours tonight after the show, and so yep, like I said, I'm just so excited. It's hard to put a thought together. Smoke says, I only stayed for the counter to hit 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I'm satisfied. Well, see, that's the great thing about this show. If you set your expectations low enough, I'll meet them every time. So glad we could meet your your expectations tonight on the show by letting the counter hit 1, 2, 3, 4. Come back Thursday and try to see if you can get it when it says 2468. Wait, 246. Yeah, 2468. Channel member Midlife says, I'm way late checking in from just beyond the global headquarters of Prime. That's where I started this morning. I started right north of there, but I passed through there going south to Joplin to pick up my load. There's a Waffle House over there kind of by that Prime headquarters that used to be good, but I hadn't been there in many, many years. I guess it's still there. And my good friend Adam, who he says it's his first day back in the tractor since the shooting, been working on servicing trucks. So Adam got off work one night. When I met Adam, he was a police officer, actually a sheriff's deputy. And he stopped doing that and went back to trucking and kind of farming. And him and a buddy of his after work went out to like a restaurant bar one night. And they had an unruly person in there. And he got thrown out of the bar the way I understand it and come back with a gun and started shooting. The bouncer tackled him. He shot the bouncer a few times, and he grazed Adam as well. I think a couple other people were hit too. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, a couple of people died in that deal, didn't they, Adam? But anyway, Adam can clear that up if he wants to. He may not want to talk about it. But anyway, it's good that Adam's back at work and that he got through that traumatic experience. But yeah, you just never know. You think you're going out for fun with your friends, and you never know what the night holds for you. But Adam was the very first person I interviewed on my Tuesday show, and he was talking about safety and the importance of moving over when you see law enforcement on the side of the road and things like that. And we've stayed in touch all this time. And it's just good to see him back in here and doing as well as he is. Then Red Raider reloading. Hey, I've been meaning to text you, Red Raider. He says, hello, Trucker Todd, sitting at the Streak and Beacon in Amarillo. We'll go over to the Big Texan while you're up there. The last couple times I've been there, it hadn't been that great, but maybe you can give us a progress report of if it's improved or not. The pistol that my wife used to have was a Springfield XD. And Red Raider was texting me the other day. We were talking about the objects that look like this and go bang, bang that YouTube won't let me talk about. And I was telling him my wife used to have one that I couldn't remember what it was, but she really liked it. It was a Springfield XD, and she couldn't remember the caliber. It was a few years ago. I don't even think they make that anymore. Red Raider channel member says, line out to the road. Ugh. Yeah, you got to go there in the middle of the night if you want to get a truck wash in a decent amount of time. It's always got a line, it seems like. I usually get mine done at Lubbock at those that one that's on the North Loop and I-27 and the one on Avenue A. That's usually the ones I go to. I like the one on the North Loop better, though. Travis Jones says, hey, Todd, checking in from the Pilot near Sherman, Texas. That Texas Best barbecue is delicious. Ribs and brisket were very tender. Yeah, that's when I'm in a truck, that's where I try to go. And usually they got a Sonic there, so you can get like a really good drink and have barbecue with it. And that's my go-to deal when I can do it. But on 20 and 30, well, especially on 20, there's a lot in Texas. There's several of them along there. And Rose is here saying, hey, Todd. Hey, Rose. Channel member Smaller Hauler is saying, good evening, Trucker Todd. Hope things are going well. Yes, sir. The best they've gone in a long time. I think you can tell just by my general demeanor that my spirits are kind of up a little bit right now. Channel member Midlife says, "What a coincidence! I'm in Springfield. I wish I'd have known you was in that area this morning. I'd have bought you a hamburger or something. I'm already way up in Harrisonville now, and like I said, I'll be going through Kansas City after this video and running across 70." And good friend and channel member John too. He says, "Here, but I'm not. Here, but I'm not. I'll be back in a few." All right, no problem, sir. And channel member Red Raider Reloading, "I cooked some of the best ribs in Lubbock, Texas." I don't believe you. You'll have to cook some and let me come over and try them. I'm available. Just let me know when I need to show up, and I'll bring my wife and we'll sample your ribs. I'm a brisket guy, though. I'd rather eat brisket more than just about any meat on the planet, or prime rib, but I love brisket. Channel member Midlife says, "It sounds like a bait and switch. That happens in car sales too." Yeah, it's you know, there's several ways that you can take it, and we're talking about the brokers again. What they're saying when they do that is, "Hey, we've got a load that's so bad that we don't think anybody will take it unless we deceive people." And the sad thing is, there's drivers that aren't familiar with geography, and they go, "Oh, it's just a little extra," and they'll go, "Okay," and take it, and then they're driving 6 extra hours for free. Now, the other side of that is, and this is a big one, is I just went blank. Man, you can tell I'm about to turn 51. We'll come back to it though. It's bad that they feel like they've got to. Oh, I know what I was going to say. The other side of that is there's some drivers that will take it and not know any better, and when they do that, they'll do this too. This is another thing they'll do. I've been mentioning multi-stop loads lately. This is what I was trying to get to. Took the old brain a second to get there. Multi-stop loads, let's say it goes from Atlanta to Houston and it's got 3 stops. They'll show you the mileage straight line from Atlanta to Houston, but they don't show you all the miles for the extra stops. So they'll say, "Oh, it's 900 miles from here to here," but it's probably 14 or 1500 when you figure in all the stops. And when you say, "Hey, that's not all the stops," well, that's what we're paying. And so it's real hard to find a multi-stop load where they're truthful about the miles. And I sat with my dispatcher when I was at Roadrunner for a whole day and looked at their dispatch systems. It's possible for them to figure the mileage with all the stops and all of that. But if they don't show you, it looks like, "Oh, it's a $3 a mile load." If they do show you, it's $1.60 a mile load. And they know if they told you it was $1.60 a mile, you'd go, "Oh, I'm not pulling a 4-stopper or a 3-stopper for $1.60 a mile." That's what I'm saying. They know that what they're offering, nobody would take, so they got to deceive you. And that should tell them when they're bidding on these loads with shippers, they should just be honest. "Hey, we're not going to be able to get a driver to take it with 3 or 4 stops paying this rate. You're going to have to come up." And they're not going to do it because the sad truth is most drivers don't know their numbers. Most drivers don't have a clue about geography. And I'm no geography expert by a long shot, but I knew Texas and Oklahoma, I know pretty well. And as soon as he said Illinois and I realized I was in Springfield, I was like, "Oh, we're several hours away from there." And then I got him to admit, "Oh, yeah, you're about 4 hours," which when they tell you 4, you're probably 5 or 6. They figure it at car speeds, not truck speeds going over all those hills and everything. So I'm just doing this as a public service to everybody. Be careful. If you're in a position where you're booking freight, look at everything carefully before you even call them, and know what you're getting into, and listen when they're describing the load to you. "Oh, it picks up here at this time. It delivers here at this time." Well, why the Dat board say it did this and did that. Oh, well, we put false information on here so that we can get drivers to call us. And I'm paraphrasing, of course. But as soon as you realize they're lying to you, it's time to end that call because they're lying to you before you've even agreed to do it. How much are they going to lie to you after you agree to do it? You've already signed the rate con and they've got you on the hook. And Russell Freight Services says, hey, Todd just got shut down for the night. How is everybody? I think we're doing good. How are you, sir? You scared me when you said shut down. I thought you meant you got put out of service because I saw your next comment, the first line of it anyway. He says, got my second DOT level 3 inspection yesterday morning. Got my sticker. I've had 2 of them 2 weeks apart. Wow. They must really like you. Now they're not going to mess with you, though, since you got the sticker. And my cousin Skylar Fuller is here, stopping by to say hello. Thank you for being here, sir. How are you tonight? Channel member Midlife says, when in Stratford, did you visit Christensen? No, I was supposed to. They really want me to come by there and talk to them and film their terminal and things like that. And I've got some friends there, but I got to Stratford around 3 p.m. and Snorlord wasn't able to meet me till about 4 p.m. So while I was waiting, I went inside and got some fifth wheel greased my fifth wheel, did some stuff like that. Just light maintenance while I was waiting. When he got there, I was looking for loads on the load board. Yeah, we lost me for a minute. I'm back now. One internet went down, so we pulled up another one real quick. So yeah, I didn't get to go to Christensen this time and do all of that. Maybe next time I can come through. Maybe I can have a little time here. Maybe shoot a video with Snorlord, and maybe get over and visit with my friends at Christensen and kind of check out their stuff. Um, you never know. It just depends on how the loads book up and things like that. Let's see here. I'll get back up here and try to get back where I was. All right. Gary Cook says, sounds like you're going to Walmart in Loveland. You would be correct, sir. Channel member Midlife says there's a warrant out for the Grinch, multiple counts of burglary. Yeah, I saw on Facebook that one of the officers over by where I live, they did a picture of him arresting the Grinch. And instead of people thinking it was funny or something like that, people that were complaining that the officer wasn't out fighting real crime. So I guess they can't win for losing either. But yes, there's an APB out for the Grinch. SRJ, listening while I make my way through the armpit, Chicago, on my way to Alabama. Yeah, that is one of the armpits of the United States. Good old Chicago. And channel member Red Raider says, did you get to see the blue dress with the stain on it? No, no. Funny enough, at the Clinton Presidential Library, they don't have that dress there. They kind of skip over a lot of the Lewinsky deal. And um, without getting political, everybody knows I was a Republican, or I am a Republican, more of a conservative than a Republican. But I enjoyed the library. It was a lot of fun. Chris had some contacts and got us in. We didn't have to pay. We got to go by Secret Service. I mean, it was pretty cool. It was like being a VIP. I would definitely like to go back again with him. On the top floor, they have the Clinton apartment where he stays when he's in town, and we almost got to go up there. The guy that could have took us up there, that Chris knew was off that day, but we almost got to do that. That was pretty. It was a pretty cool deal. I won't ever forget it. I had a good time there. We also went over to a museum. I can't remember if it was MacArthur or who, but we had a lot of fun at the museum too. And now that Chris is not trucking anymore, it should make it easier for me to run by and hang out with him. And T. Stifler says, "What's up, Todd? Not much. Had a really good week and just on here visiting with everybody now. On my way to Loveland, Colorado for a Thursday morning delivery." LVC says, "Smoke, this will blow your mind. New Year's Eve will be 1 2 3 1 2 3." Oh, that's pretty cool. Russell says, "Started in Pacific Junction, Iowa, made my delivery, then now I'm in South Dakota." Is it snowing over there or super cold? I hadn't even looked at the weather up there or nothing. I just looked from here to Colorado and it looked good from what I saw. No Fear says, "Hey everyone." And channel member Red Raider says, "Have to get a washout before I go get chicken eggs." Are you going to that place? When I used to get chicken eggs for them, I got them at a little farm out there by Clovis. Is that where you're going, or is there some place up by Amarillo? Channel member Midlife says, "Tomorrow I'll be in Wisconsin. Quick Trip Chicken. If you know, you know." Yeah. Yeah. Elvis says, "Good evening, Mr. Todd." Good evening, Elvis. Channel member Midlife says, "Bucky's has fresh brisket on the board." Yeah, but they don't have truck parking, them scoundrels. At least Texas Best, I can park a truck there and go inside. I've never been in a Bucky's, which is weird living in Texas. I just, I've almost kind of done a personal boycott because of how they treat trucks, but I guess I'm going to have to go in one of these days. Channel member Red Raider says, "Springfield XDs are still being made. FYI, ammo will be going up again first of the year. I'm fixing to spend about $1,000 on primers and powder." Wow. I'll have to let my wife know they still make those. Um, I can't spend 1,000 on anything right now, but um, my situation is greatly improving very fast. Channel member Red Raider Reloading says, "I'll have cool. Yes, some ribs, baby back ribs." Oh, cool. Yeah. You and I are going to have to hang out one of these days anyway. Channel member Midlife talking about brokers. It's a game. If someone is dumb enough to take it, that's on who. True. That's a good point. And that's part of why I wanted to mention it on here, because we got a lot of guys that are taking their first shot and they just don't know these things. You can't you can't take things at face value. It's kind of like going to work at a trucking company. You know, they tell you, oh, you're going to make $1 million a week and you're going to be home every weekend. And we've got 99% drop and hook, and all our trailers are 2 years old or newer, and all our trucks are 3 years old or newer. If you just take them at face value and believe it, you're going to be disappointed. You got to talk to drivers. You got to read reviews. You got to do your own research. Um, and so many people just, you know, and I'm fixing to shoot myself in the foot here. There's so many guys that just watch one YouTube video and go, oh, I want to do that. And Emmett Smith used to say, a professional is somebody that takes something difficult and makes it look easy. And a lot of people think, oh, it's easy to make YouTube videos. It's easy to do this. It's easy to do that. And then when they start doing it, they realize it's a lot harder than they thought. A guy that I watch for video game news and stuff, he uh, he had somebody that criticized him real bad, saying anybody can sit in front of a mic and make videos, and it really bothered him that somebody said that. And anybody that's ever done it knows, you know, when you're before you start, you think, oh, I've got all these ideas. It'll be easy to make videos. For a while, I was doing 3 a week. I mean, the ideas were just flowing, but now I'm up to almost 500 videos, and it's an out of Missouri. No, not at all. Um, I know some of the people there. Uh, as a matter of fact, the guy on my recorded videos that sings "This Is How I Do This," the lead singer works at that company, and so um, I just know a few people there. One of the recruiters, things like that, and they're nice people. They've got some company policies that aren't necessarily my favorite, but they're good people, and so you know, I got to hang out with him a little bit at Matt's, and he talked to me about maybe going to the terminal and doing some videos with them and kind of showing their trucks and stuff like that. So at some point we'll probably put that together. But no, I'm still at SRO Logistics. I'm not entertaining any other companies for employment. But you know, sometimes, and I've done this in the past. I did it for oh, what was that company in Alabama? I've done it for a few trucking companies where I'll talk about them on the show or things like that. There's there's no reason we have to all be enemies out here. We can work together and do things together. And you know, if I'm able to go to Matt's in 2024 and they happen to have a booth there, I'll probably stop by and say hi. But that doesn't mean I'm going to leave SRO Logistics. It means that I know some nice people within that company, and I'll run by and say hi to them. Channel member Keith says, "Is it me or did we just lose him? Y'all did lose me, but I got it back now. Let me know if it starts getting choppy again. I've got endless internet options in here." Asphalt Jungle says, "If I'd have known you was in the area, I'd have come and met you up on I-70. It will happen sometime." So I'm not on I-70 yet. I will be later tonight and tomorrow. Where do you run on I-70? I'm sure we'll run into each other either tonight or tomorrow. Channel member Midlife talking about the police and the Grinch. It's called public relations. It's part of the job. Yeah, I didn't make those comments. That's just what some of the comments were saying. Stephen Gower says, "Hello, Trucker Todd, leaving Hanover, Pennsylvania for Dart Express." Good deal, man. Well, be careful out there. I bet it is. I think I'm cold here. I bet it's really cold up there. And channel member Midlife talking about the Clintons. The official portrait of Clinton has the shadow of a blue dress in it. If that's true, that's funny. And Russell Freight says it's clear in upper 40s. Well, that's good. I've actually got my air conditioner on, or the APU air conditioner right now, if you can believe it. I get hot when I do these videos with all the lights and the hat and everything. So I usually have to run the air. But I've got it a little cold in here right now. Gary Cook says, be careful going to that Walmart. They are good at messing up delivery appointments every time I go in there, and my appointments are messed up. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I hope they're good at paying attention. If I sit, they're going to pay. Channel member Red Raider says he's picking up those eggs in Cal-Maine in Farwell, Texas. Oh, okay. Yeah, that I've never been to that one. We always went to that. I can't remember what they called it. It was just right north of Clovis, and I liked it. It was in and out. You could do that deal real quick. And channel member Keith Kroll says Buc-ee's is nice. They have lots of stuff and some pretty good food. I didn't lose anything there though. They never pop up on my radar. There you go. Yeah, if the worst thing that ever happens to me in life is that I can't go to a Buc-ee's, I'll be okay. But like I said, I just know that being from Texas, being in Texas as much as I am, probably when I go to see my dad or something, that we'll drop in one. Curiosity will get the best of me, and I'll just have to go see what all the chatter's about. And channel member Midlife says, talking about Buc-ee's, when you go make a video, I did when I snuck in one time. Calhoun, Georgia has a Love's across the street. Um, will they flip out if I make a video in there? Do I need to do it on the down low, or can I do it where it's visible what I'm doing? Hey, that's a great idea. Channel member Midlife says, please stand by. We're experiencing technical difficulties. Yeah, if if it freezes up, moderators put that message out, and I'll be back as quick as I can. Channel member Tim Back says, hello, my friend. Finally parked in Columbus, Ohio. Got a banger load, 6 stops, 240 miles, 1250. There you go. Almost $6 a mile. Mine was 3 if you don't count the deadhead, 271 if you do. Not bad for dry van rates. Uh, especially the latest report I heard said the average is around $2 a mile for dry vans. So both Tim and I are way above the national average, and that's reason for optimism in my mind. I'm always looking for a reason to be optimistic. We're almost caught up, so if you've got a comment, throw it up there, and we'll get to it here real quick. John Tui, channel member, says, good to hear that, sir, Tim Back. Asphalt Jungle, I'm south of Mittens Truck Stop. That is in Oakley, Kansas. All right. Email me your contact information at todd@truckertodd.net. And when I go through Kansas tomorrow, I'll holler at you. He says he's on home time. I'm not sure for how far from Oakley I am, but I will, if you'll email me at todd@truckertodd.net, email me your phone number or something. I'll text you tomorrow when I'm getting close to there. If it's not too far, I may drive there tonight and just spend the night at that truck stop. Channel member Midlife says about Buc-ee's, I shot video openly. There were several people doing TikToks and live streaming when I visited. Well, then I'll definitely do it. I just I don't want to get arrested or something, but if they're cool with me doing it, I'll make a video. There's a lot of people curious about Buc-ee's. Channel member Tim Back says, thank you, Mr. John Tui. And channel member Keith says, Have you heard from Harlow? Is he at orientation? I have not heard from Harlow. He sent me a text asking me, I guess it's okay to reveal this, asking me about the ES Advantage fuel card, if I still thought it was a good deal, things like that. And I've just been busy and not had time to answer him back. I was kind of hoping he would appear here tonight. I guess it's possible he could be at orientation right now or on his way to orientation, but I have not had any direct contact with him in several days. Lance Calhoun says Oakley, Kansas, cheap fuel. Yeah, the problem is I'm using the NASTIC fuel card with the company, and it's you have to go to certain spots, and it's weird. Some spots you would think would be on there aren't on there, and some spots you wouldn't think would be on there are on there. And my fuel card, I just need to refund it. I'm still recovering from the 8 weeks off, so I'm not able to use my fuel card yet. But hopefully next week I can start using it again. And they're switching some stuff up over there. I got an email from them that I've got to get a new fuel card from them, so I got to call them and find out what that's all about too. Craig Beats says, "What's going on, y'all?" Channel member Midlife's about Buc-ee's saying the one in Calhoun, Georgia, has truck drivers walking across the street all day long. Yeah, if I'm ever in that over that way, I was looking at some Georgia loads today, but um, man, it just seems like that area right now, the rates are really down. It's too close to Florida, but I'm sure I'll work my way down there again before too long. And the very first channel member, Ramon, says, "Hey Todd, how are you doing?" "I'm doing great, man." And he wants to know how the Cascadia is running. Really, really good. I haven't had an ounce of issues. The worst part about it's been unpacking. I've still got a lot of crap to go through, a lot of crap to file, things like that. So it's going to take me a little while to get everything organized like I want it. But the truck itself is running great. And yeah, I'm happy as I can be. I got that trailer. I can't find any issues with it. It seems like a good trailer. So I think things are going to run smooth for a while. Lance Calhoun. Oh, Lance Calhoun says seems we should support the places that have truck parking before it's all paid. Yep, we should. And you know these truck stops, and you guys know the ones I'm talking about. The TAs that 75% of the parking lot is paid parking. If we would just quit going to those places, they would do away with that. They're doing it because it's a revenue stream, and as long as people are willing to pay for it, they're going to do it. Now, I wrestle with myself about this because the free market entrepreneurial side of me says, hey, they're a private business. They have the right to monetize any way they want to. The other side of me says, hey, uh, we're federally required to take breaks, and they should go easy on us because we're federally required by law to park. And so I really have an internal struggle about that. But I do try to look for out of the way places where I can park without paying for it. Mainly just because it's the cheapskate in me. But sometimes I gravitate towards those paid parking places because I know I can get one. What I worry about is the driver that maybe pushes it a little too far because he can't afford parking. And you and I know there's guys out here that are struggling a lot worse than we are. All righty. The Buc-ee's on I-20 in Terrell has some nice restrooms. If someone built a truck stop close enough, they could increase their sales significantly. Yeah, that's I've shared this before. When Lubbock built the Loves there, it was amazing all the crap they had to go through. Even local people resisting it, trying to block it. And the funny thing is, a Buc-ee's wants to come in. The city's all for it. They want to build a Love's or a TA next door, and the city will fight them tooth and nail for years. And I just, they're both going to create the traffic and everything that the cities complain about, but they also create the tax base that the cities need. And so I got in trouble for saying this. Several of y'all jumped all over me, but I wish Buc-ee's would buy just a hair extra land and put a dirt lot out there that 15 or 20 trucks could park in. I think it would increase their sales, and I think a lot of truck drivers would like them a lot better. Channel member Midlife says, I think Luland, Texas is one that I walked to, but it's a bit further of a walk. Well, you know how truck drivers are. Most of them won't walk from the back row of a truck stop parking lot, much less across a few streets. So I don't know how many truck drivers would be willing to walk like you did. That's another parking hack. Go look on the back row. None of these 700-pound drivers are willing to walk, so you can get back there on the back row and find a parking spot a lot of times. Gary Cook says, does your Freightliner run like a Schneider truck or like an owner-operator truck? So it's wide open. It'll run. I run at about 65. That's where it seems to get the best fuel economy. That seems like what it was kind of spec'd for. I think originally it was probably a company truck because that's what they would have been set at back then. But it'll run, 80 plus if you want to do it. Your fuel economy goes down so much when you run that fast. So I would only do it under two circumstances. If I was in an area where the speed limit would allow it, and if I had a load that was so tight that I needed to do it. This load here, I've got enough time. I can run 65 and maximize my fuel economy. And it gives me a chance to kind of check the trailer and the truck out a little more. Keep in mind, this truck so far, I've driven it more miles empty than I have loaded. And so we're still in the honeymoon period where I'm getting to know the truck. And this trailer, I've only pulled it a few hundred miles. So it takes me a while to build trust in equipment. And while right now I wouldn't be afraid of a level 1 inspection, I still want to build up a trust and a familiarity with the equipment. And I'm not going to push it any harder than I have to. Channel member Ramon says, I used to have a 2012 ex-Walmart Cascadia ISX 400 horsepower, 236 rears, 10 speed. Yeah, that'd be a good truck. This one's geared a lot lower than that. I would guess it has probably 355s in it. It's geared pretty low. Channel member Midlife talking about paid parking. They aren't making money off me in the stores anymore. So I can see them charging for parking plus reserved helps. Yep, I see that. A lot of drivers are cooking in their trucks and minimizing their truck stop exposure. And so I get why they have to do it. I just don't think that, 80% of the parking lot should be paid. Put 10 or 15 spots paid. And, that way the premium driver that wants a place to park, maybe when it's getting full or he wants to guarantee himself a spot, can pay for it. And everybody else can get the free ones that maybe they have to walk a little further or something like that. And the comment that got me in trouble, I'm going to say it again because I still feel this way. I think that if you fill up, that should qualify you for your choice of either a free parking spot or a free shower. They're giving free showers now. Let you use one of those showers as a free parking spot or something like that. Or forever 300 gallons you buy, you get a free parking spot or something. There has to be a way. And I'm going to tell this story too real quick. So I stopped at a road ranger and got fuel and filled up. I went inside, got my receipt, and I said, hey, what do I got to do to get a shower here? And they said, oh, do you have a rewards card? I said, no, I don't. I've got my receipt. I just bought fuel. Well, we can't give you a shower without a rewards card. I said, well, can I get a rewards card? Yeah, but you can't get a shower. Ain't that some crap? So I went out and called. I had to go. I didn't have time to stick around, argue, or nothing like that. I was on my way to Springfield to pick up that trailer. I called their corporate offices. She said, well, I don't know why he did that. He could have gave you a card and had you call me, and I could have added you a shower on there. She said, I'm going to forward this to the district manager. The district manager calls me, and I'm expecting, some kind of, I don't know what the word is, like concern, whatever. He tells me, oh, if you'll get a rewards card, I'll add you a shower on there. Whoop-de freaking do. So if I take the time to go back to one of your crappy truck stops and get a reward card, you'll give me what you should have gave me to begin with. I'm going to do my best not to go to Road Ranger anymore if there's any way I can avoid it. What terrible, terrible customer service. It's a shame. Asphalt said he sent me an email. Good deal. I'll holler at you tomorrow. Lance Calhoun says we just lost some parking in Nashville because there was some more money in selling the property. Hang on, I got to put something on this tooth. It is freaking killing me. Channel member Midlife talking about paid parking. Hours of service are maximums, not requirements. There are many drivers who cannot plan well enough to find safe and legal parking. Those drivers shouldn't drive maximum. Yeah, the last time I brought this up, it was actually Midlife that I had this debate with. And while I agree with him in general theory, I mean, the best laid plans fall apart. You can plan, but so many things are out of your control. Road closures, weather, things like that. And so you can have a pretty good idea. Look, I've pulled into truck stops that I would have bet $1,000 they were going to be full, and there was tons of parking in there. And I've pulled in some that I thought, oh, there won't be nobody here, and they're full, and drivers have made parking spots. I agree with you. It should be a rarity that you can't find parking. Some of it depends what part of the country you're in, but you got to think about it and keep in mind Midlife's a company driver and he's going to a lot of the same places over and over, so it's easier for him to plan. But there's, I don't know. I don't want to turn this show into the debate between me and Midlife tonight, but there's just, I don't know. I'm gonna curtail this argument for now, and if it continues, then I guess it'll continue. But we're having less and less parking. They're closing rest areas. States where you used to could park on the get on ramp, which I agree is not a great idea. They used to have dirt pull offs where you could pull off, and it's not the greatest place to park, but it was parking. Now they're putting up blocking deals where you can't park over there no more. But we've got roughly 11 trucks on the road for every truck parking space. So, and granted, some of them park at terminals and stuff like that. But when you've got 11 trucks for every one parking place, you can do all the planning you want to. There's 11 trucks for one spot. It's kind of like playing musical chairs where you used to play the music, and when the music stops, you got to find a chair, and there's one more person than there is chairs. Well, in this musical chairs game, there's 11 more people than there are parking places. And you say don't drive the maximum, but these loads are structured to where if you're not driving 10 hours a day, a lot of times you're not going to make it. And guys that are with private carriers or companies where they can drive 8 or 9 hours a day don't get it. This load I'm on now, I couldn't drive 8 hours a day and get it there on time. But anyway, hopefully we're not going to turn this show into a paid parking debate. I really didn't want to do that tonight, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I can't argue with this. Lance says that Buc-ee's knows the money is in RVs. Truck stops have found that out too. When I first started driving in 96, truck stops would have aisles and aisles of trucking parts and things like that, stuff, tools, things like that. Now they've got one aisle of truck stuff and sometimes two aisles and rows of knickknacks and tourist items and clothes and toys. Prior to becoming a truck driver, I never went to truck stops. And now people go to truck stops all the time. I would probably never go to a truck stop now if I wasn't a truck driver. I think the whole 8 weeks I was off, I went to the truck stop 3 times. Channel member Midlife talking about Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's would lose money if they started letting trucks in. They need to fast turn over the parking spots. Trucks stay 10 to 14 hours. Yeah, that's why I said buy a little extra land, put a dirt lot off to the side. That way you've still got your parking lot for RVs and cars and stuff, but make a spot for 10 or 15 trucks. Desert Okie Pam is here. Hey, I'm glad you made it in. Says Schneider spec trucks for 63. They raised it to 65 a few months before I left. We thought we were flying. Yeah, that's funny. When did you, if you're still here, Pam, sorry, I kicked the cord. If you're still here, when did you leave Schneider? When did they raise it to 65? Was it since 2017 or was it prior to that, or when was it? I remember the same thing at Swift. When I started Swift in 1996, the trucks ran 57 miles an hour. And I remember how excited I was when they kicked it up to 60. And then they came out with their owner operator program. And if you put $10,000 down, you could lease purchase a truck back then. And it was a terrible lease purchase program back then, by the way. And if you did that, you got to go 65. And I thought, oh man, if I could only go 65. But nope, I was at 57 and then later 60. Channel member Keith, if truck stops would bring their prices down to normal store prices, they wouldn't be losing that profit lately. They're not hurting. Yeah, I tend to agree a little bit. I mean, even if they would lower them to convenience store prices, because you think, well, they're open 24 hours, things like that. If they would lower them to convenience store prices, I think they would do good. But last night I was in a truck stop and 5 hard-boiled eggs was $4.99. That's $1 an egg. What's a dozen cost? $2 or $3? They're basically charging you for 5 eggs what you could probably get 18 eggs for. So that's a 300% profit. That's a little insane. Gary Cook says a lot of truck stops don't have decent food to eat. It's either junk food or fast food. And in defense of the truck stops, though, the reason they're selling that is that's what drivers buy. They can put in tofu and salads and all of that, and one or two drivers might buy them, but most of them are going to run over there and get that greasy fried chicken and that double slice of pizza and that half gallon of fountain drink. And I mean, truckers are their own worst enemies in a lot of ways. They're going to put what truckers will spend money on. But I agree with you. I miss when they used to have Country Pride and Country Kitchen and all of that. Oops, you almost lost me. I'm still here. I hate Denny's. I miss when Flying J had a nice restaurant. TA had an okay restaurant. Petro was the bomb. TA was the bomb back when they had or Petro was the bomb back when they had the buffet, and it was good. That's been a while. Some of you weren't even driving. All right, let's see what we got here. You can tell I'm having technical difficulties. Trying to call or something. That's what's up. I'm trying. It's my clicker's not working. Channel member Midland talking about paid parking. They give you points. You can use them to get a parking place. They add up quick when you're at 4 times. Yeah, this was part of what when we had our original debate that you brought up. Really low in a lot of these new trucks, you can put 150 gallons. Let's say all right. Let's say your point. That's $6 a fill up. A lot of these spots are over $20. You got to do 4 fill ups to get 1 paid parking spot. So I usually fuel twice a week, 2 full tanks a week. So using that equation, and maybe sometimes it's 3 paid parking spot. That's nominal from what it should be. I mean, would it kill them if every other tank they offered you a free parking spot or something like that, 1 a week when you're regularly fueling there? Maybe for the guys that are getting 4 times points, you give them unlimited paid parking spots. Or maybe if you spend over X number of dollars in the shop, they give you a free paid parking spot. I know Love's used to have a deal that they had a deal out there. It said reserved for oil change people, and they'd give you a parking spot if you were getting your oil changed that night. This is what gets me about trucking, and I'm not picking on midlife here, but instead of us trying to figure out ways we can improve truckers' lives, we sit here and agree with the people that are working against us. Yeah, we need to leave it like it is. We need to make it to where drivers, if they bought all of their fuel from that truck stop, they'd get 1 spot a month. I mean, they're supposed to be rewards. They're not supposed to be work deals. And I get it. You could use it for oil or whatever. But this is what's wrong with trucking, is that we're sitting here shooting ourselves in the foot, trying to make excuses for truck stops and why they shouldn't offer us better incentives or better benefits. I mean, I remember some truck stops. Does anybody remember the Giant on exit 39? I think it's a Pilot now in New Mexico, in Jamestown. It used to have limo service that took you up to the door. They had some showers with hot tubs in it. Those days are long gone. But instead of us talking about that and going, man, it'd be nice if a few truck stops had that, we're out here going, yeah, I realize they charge us 300% markups, but that's okay. We should do it. And I realize 80% of their parking is paid, but that's all right. It's I don't know. Like I said, I really don't want to go on a rant about this tonight. Me and Midlife had debated this before, and we're just going to have to agree to disagree on it. I'm not going to change his mind, and he's not going to change mine. Channel member Ramon says, you have a good night and be safe. Thank you, sir. Be careful out there. Gary Cook says, I did a 34-hour reset in Jacksonville at the Love's truck stop. I took a shower and it cost me $18 for a shower, but the showers were decent. Yeah, I always cringe when I hear that, because I remember when hotels were like 20-something dollars, and I guess you could still get a $20-something hotel, but it's probably not a great place. Oacer DM channel member says most truck stops are adopting the pilot model of truck stops. Get your fast food and get the hell out of our lot afterwards. Amen. I agree with you completely. And who can blame them? I mean, drivers, if they stay there very long, are leaving their pee and poop bags out in the parking lot and uh, giving themselves baths at the bathroom sink. And the other half of them hadn't had a shower in a month, and they stink, and flies are following them around. I mean, we keep saying that we want, uh, the public to respect us and take us seriously, but we got to think about what are we doing to earn that respect and the image that we're putting out there. But I agree with you. I think they would much rather have 10 RVers there than 10 truck drivers there. And I think that for the most part, that's what they want, is for you to as you can. And even shops, we're going to find out how much money you got in the bank and take as much of it as get out where. And this guy's going to hit my truck. Give me just a second, folks. This is like one of the easiest parking lots in the world to back into. And I've been watching people screw it up the last hour and a half. Hadn't seen anybody hit anybody yet, but I've seen them get awful close. And this is a million miler with a very large trucking company. That has tape on his mirror, so he's already. Okay, he's parked now. Lance Calhoun says, I feel for the company drivers that have to find parking at night. Well, here's the other deal. I'm debating this as an over-the-road driver with guys that have semi-dedicated runs where they're home every other weekend or sometimes more often than that. So their situation's different, especially if they're semi-dedicated and they just run certain parts of the country. For example, if you run west of I-35, there's a lot more parking readily available than if you run the Northeast. And I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know, but yeah, I agree. 9 times out of 10, maybe 95 out of 100 times, you ought to be able to plan and have a parking spot at night. But I had one night in Tulsa where I went to 4 different truck stops and I couldn't find parking, and I videoed it, and I went over on my hours, and safety was not mad at me. They looked at that video and they're like, yeah, what can you do? You can plan all you want to. The place I was delivering didn't have a place to park there. They didn't have any overnight parking or nothing like that. All the truck stops are full. And you say, well, park 100 miles away and drive in the next morning. It was too tight of a load for that. There's exceptions to every rule. And some people are so rigid and they've got this script in their head that they think their way is the only way. And maybe some people say that about me, but it is what it is. Oacer DM channel member says everybody wants the stuff on the shelf, but nobody wants the trucks that bring stuff anywhere near their neighborhood. Sad reality. Yeah, it is. It is. I don't know. I don't know how people think the stuff gets there. And I mean, I get it. Nobody likes to be stuck behind a slow truck, but think of what that truck's bringing, how many families it's going to feed or clothe or whatever. Right now, I'm hauling, well, I'm not going to say exactly what I'm hauling, but I'm hauling food products, and it'll feed thousands, just this one load. So is it convenient when I get on the highway and it takes me a little while to accelerate? Yeah. But when I get to Colorado, this product's going to feed probably hundreds of families. And so it's probably worth the 30 or 40 seconds of inconvenience it causes a driver for all the families it's going to benefit. Channel member Midlife talking about the comments. Apparently, moderators can only remove the comments of others, not their owner. I'd remove the last one about parking. Which channel member Midlife what say? Is lost. Okay, let me clean this one up real quick. Channel, what I was saying, talking about prices, well, because about I was regular eggs because you can hard boil eggs yourself. I was referring to if you just went to the store and bought 18 eggs, you could get 18 eggs for about Walmart even charging $3.82 versus $4.99. That's like a 30 or 40% markup above Walmart. But the point I was trying to make was that there's no reason that 5 eggs they're cooked should be $4.99. I can walk into a lot of restaurants and get 5 eggs for $4.99. Maybe not, maybe 3. I don't know. I better think about that. Lance Calhoun says, I wish someone would come up with an app with truck parking and good food. Trucker Path, are you listening? Well, they kind of do that. They have trucker reviews on there and stuff like that. It used to be the CB. You'd be cruising and you'd say, hey, where's a good place? It's at 78. This place is great. And they're cheap. So word of mouth used to be the way to go. Now you can yell on a CB for 2 hours and good luck finding somebody else that has one. It used to be worth the investment to get your radio peaked and tuned and, get it turned up where you could talk a long way. But now the cell phones just about killed the CB. Says, good news, Arizona DOT expand their truck parking. Lion J and Belgrade Mine. When it will reopen. Yeah, I don't know about y'all. In way stations, because I've heard of them coming in there at 5 in the morning and waking drivers up and doing inspections, and just never been that. I've also been watching you while you're doing your pre-trip. If you miss something or they didn't see you check something, they want to give you a hard time. So parking at a way station would always be a last resort for me. It was recently a Desert Okie Pam says, I think it was spring or summer of 2021. So up until 2021, Schneider's company speed limit was 63 for their trucks. So this truck, I might try 63 and see if it does even better than 65. You guys know at Swift, I ran a lot of those miles 60, 62 trying to get fuel economy. So I'm not opposed to going slow. This load, I probably need to do 65. But on other loads like the one I had previously, I may try 62, 63 and see how it does. Gary Cook says, did Swift reimburse their company drivers for reserved parking? I don't know, because the last time I was a company driver for Swift was in April of 2001. And so My information, being a Swift company driver, is at least a couple of decades outdated. Channel member Jack's been a few bad Denny's, but to be honest, I've also been to some at Flying J that are pretty good. My advice: stay away from the ones near big cities. The ones away from the big cities seem to be better. Yeah, my problem with Denny's isn't the food; it's value. It seems like you spend a lot of money for not very much food. Lance says, bottom line, you don't support truck stops, then we will have Buc-ee's. Yep. All right. Channel member Christian Harlow is here. We've had a lot of questions about you tonight. I haven't revealed or said anything other than you asked me about the ES Advantage card, and I hadn't had a chance to get back to you on it yet. By the way, I do still recommend it. It's a great card. Check it out in the channel description by clicking on the title. If you haven't got it, you'll get, I think it's like $35, and it's a really good card. It'll save you. I save 13 to 1400 a month when I'm able to use it. So definitely check that out if you haven't done that yet. But that's not what people are asking about. They want to know if you ended up going to GP Transco, or you went somewhere else, or if you're at orientation now, or if you're traveling to orientation. Everybody wants to know what you're doing, Christian. Channel member Keith says we should give the current truck stops to the RVers and build a new chain for ourselves. We can do it pretty easily if we all chip in a couple of $1 billion. I got a better idea. Why don't all of y'all either PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, whatever, Venmo me the money, and when we get enough to start opening a chain, I'll open it and I'll call it the Truckers Truck Stop or something like that. So meanwhile, I'll keep that money in an interest-bearing account until we get enough to open a truck stop. Channel member Christian says about to upload an update. Might be leaving before I start. We shall see. So you're not going to tell us on here, huh? The best way to hook people into your video is tell us here, and then they'll go watch and they live for additional information. Just made a real good point. If I my computer to work, the easy parking is where you get smacked. That's true. You know, if I've got trailers all around me, focused, and I can get right in there, but if I've got 40 acres of room, I have the hardest time backing up. I got to pull up and back up and pull up and back up. I think it's because I can use the other trailers as a point of reference, but sometimes it's almost easier to back up in a crowded place or in a semi-crowded place than it is a wide open parking lot. All right. While I'm waiting on my computer, it sounds like my internet's going slow. The upload speeds were terrible a minute ago. Oaser DM channel member says RVs usually have multiple people in one, which is more revenue for the truck stop. Most truckers are solo drivers. Yeah, but RVs, and I'm going to stereotype here, it's usually old people, and they're just going in there to use the bathroom and get a cup of coffee. They're buying their groceries at Walmart. They're cooking in their RV. So I don't know that an RV customer is that much better than a trucker. Maybe they are. Maybe I'm way off base here. Hey, look who's here. Cash is king. Says, hey now, thumbs up. Thank you, sir. Yeah, y'all give me a thumbs up. I'm working hard for your thumbs up. Be sure to tip your waiter and waitress too while you're here. And good friend. I hadn't seen him in a long time. He's not been in here lately. I guess he's out running the miles. Mark Ely says, hey, now. Let's see what Cassius King says. I just stopped at Sabaro's for dinner. I got the spaghetti and meatballs, questioning what kind of meat those meatballs are made of. Total waste of $13. Yeah, I've quit going to Sabaro's too. They're at a lot of these toll road things, and I'm assuming you're probably on a toll road at an Oasis. But it's I usually get their pizza, and it tastes like it's been there since Reagan was in office. And like the spaghetti, the meatballs are some kind of mystery meat, probably horse or dog. And I don't know what's happened to Sabaros. They tend to go down. And channel member Keith says, Cash, I was trying your channel, but couldn't figure out how. Don't you have memberships? I know for a fact he does, because somebody I know, Shannon Thomas, is a channel member over there. So his video should just be like mine, right under the video. It should say join. I don't know what a channel membership costs with his channel, but yeah, check him out. If you're not watching him and DIY Semi, you're missing some good content. And like I said, if you're running the spot market, check out Snorlord. He has a lot of great information about the spot market, as he dispatches a lot of trucks. Used to drive, and now he dispatches. So it's a great thing about YouTube. There's a lot of information out there if you're willing to take the time and look it up. Let's see here. While I'm waiting on my computer, channel member Tim Back says, Todd, you're going to have to trip plan your internet better so the shows are more smooth. Amen, brother. Amen. It's always on Tuesday. I don't know what the deal is. And it may just be what they call capacity. I'm near Kansas City, and there's probably a lot of people on the towers right now. But it's like it can be great all day. And as soon as I fire up the laptop, everything goes down. Technical Tuesday. Channel member Medley Catches King. You can get one pizza. The spaghetti is a meal deal. Oh, be still while used to be. Yeah, occasionally I'll run across somebody I can run with, but it's a rare week, something like that. And channel member Keith says, "Are you putting out a video tonight, Christian?" He said releasing one, and he's going to reveal what he's doing. He did that last week. I think sometimes you can hear I'm going here. No, wait, I'm going here. I think at some point you got to make a decision and stick with it. And I think at this point he needs to say on here where he's going. I mean, I'm not bragging, but we've got a bigger audience here, and it might be a way to draw people to his channel. He needs to come on here, say where he's going, and say, I'll have more details in the video after the show, and then release a video that tells everybody what he's doing. But you can't come in every week and say, no, I didn't go there. I'm going here, and I'll tell you where here is after the show, because people are just going to quit watching at some point. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's 5,000 views tonight, but about this for almost a month now. Just tell us where you're going. Oh yeah, my upload speeds are definitely terrible. Lance says no coffee parking at way station. Yeah, but a lot of guys have a coffee pot on their truck. So, and I only drink coffee when it's super cold outside. And with this tooth hurting, I probably don't drink coffee at all right now. Anything super coffee. Maybe it could have. There it went. Mark Ely says freight rates look up a little for dry van. Yeah, this load I booked miles over $3 a mile, and if you factor in the deadhead, put it at 271 a mile. The last national average I heard was $2 a mile, so I'm well above the national average. And quite honestly, I was pretty happy with that rate. It is a heavy load though, but in the wintertime, I don't mind heavy loads that much. Rose says, I'm not talking about Arizona and they're again in rest areas and adding truck parking in various areas. And change my answer. That's great. Is much needed. That's another thing. Let me mention this real quick. You guys, if you see a good news story, something that you'd like to see me comment on or make a video about, email it to me at todd@truckertodd.net and send me a link for the article. I'll go read it, and if it's something I think I can make an interesting video about, then I'll sure do it. That's how Asian Mai gets about almost all of his content is people email it to him. So if you're reading through and you're like, oh man, I'd like to hear what crazy things Todd will say about that, or what Todd's thoughts are on that, shoot me an email, todd@truckertodd.net, and I'll sure take a look at it. Send me that link though. Don't just say, oh, I saw a story about Schneider, because it'll take me 2 or 3 hours to find that story. And if you send me the link, I can jump right to it. And channel member Tim Back says, so when I was at Schneider in 06, as a company driver, it was 65 on the cruise, 66 on the pedal. Okay, so that means that somewhere between 63 and 65 is where that truck was probably originally spec'd for, or this truck was originally spec'd for. It just seems like it's the quietest and smoothest running, and everything has the reasonable amount of power at right around 65. So I'm still experimenting with it. I'm by no means an expert on this truck yet, but just trying to learn a little bit every day and ask questions from others that might know something about than me. Channel member Keith says, I changed my username so you can just call me KC. That way you don't have to worry about mispronouncing my name. I appreciate that. I'm batting about 500. About half the time I say it right and about half the time I butcher it. But this tooth numbing agent is not helping, because it gets on your tongue and numbs your tongue too. Channel member Midlife says, Venmo to Todd, talking about Venmo. But Todd, when you and Paula are in Aruba or some other non-extradition location, we won't see the proceeds. Well, what I'll do is I'll open the truck stop in Aruba. And no, that's funny. Good. That's a good comment, Midlife. I like that. And channel member Christian says, maybe. All right, man. It's like I told you, all I can do is give you advice, and you do what you think's best. Channel member Midlife, talking about backing in an open lot. I drop a glove when backing in an open dock with no lines and no other trailers. That's not a bad idea. I can usually do that, but it's man, it seems like it can have lines and everything, and if there's nothing else around, I have the hardest time. But a couple of trucks pull up, and all of a sudden I can ace it. So I don't know what the deal is. And it seems like some days are better than others. You pull up at this warehouse and you're like, oh, there's no way I can back in there, and you get it first try. And then you pull into one, you go, oh, this will be easy. And you're there 10 minutes trying to get in that spot. Lance Calhoun talking about RV, old people have money, kids, grandkids, buy them everything. Well, I think that's probably why the toys are there, because the spoiled grandkids run around, hey, I want this, I want that. And so they probably do sell a lot of toys. And that's why they've come truck stops and they've started calling them travel centers. So channel member Christian says, checking into a hotel, listening to Trucker Todd. So That tells me a little bit. You're at a hotel for orientation tomorrow somewhere. It does not sound like GP Transco, though. Channel member Midlife talking about ES Advantage. If I got the card, is there a minimum that I have to use? Um, so to get the card, you have to put $100 on it, and then they'll mail you the card. And they've changed some stuff, so I don't know if it's still that way. I assume it is. As far as minimum to use, I don't think there's a minimum to use it. I know you have to fuel with it once a month to keep the benefits like the unlimited showers and unlimited drink refills. I believe you have to fuel with it at least once a month. But it's, I had a guy ask me this before, and um, my response was, why would you want to save a whole bunch of money as little as possible? It's kind of backwards thinking. 9 times out of 10, and probably more than that, 9.5 times out of 10, it's going to be your cheapest fuel and option. So why would you say I only want to save the maximum amount as few times a month as I can? I recommend using, and look, I do the whole thing. I've got the company car, flap, got that ES Advantage. I recommend getting as many as you can get, but instead of trying to see how often or how rarely you can use something, look and see where the best savings is, and then use it. I think sometimes we complicate these things more than we need to. Channel member Christian says, going to upload my video as soon as your show's over. Be sure to tune in. Yeah, the problem with that, Christian, is that's what you said last video too. So last video, you uploaded a video. You said, I'm going to GP. And then you sent me a text and said, I'm not going to GP. And then tonight you're saying, after the video, I'm going to release a video saying where I'm going. And then tomorrow or the next day, you're going to send me another text and say, no, I decided not to go there. On your next video, I'll release where I'm going then. I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to build your YouTube channel, but that's not going to do it. It's going to tick people off, and they're not going to watch any of your videos. I'm telling you how to do it, and you won't listen to me. Just like I told you which trucking companies were good and which ones were bad, and you've obviously chose not to listen to me. All I can do is give you advice. There's no law that says you have to do what I say or nothing like that. You're welcome to do whatever you want to. I'm telling you what works and what don't. Okay, channel member Christian says, I'm going to golf relay. More details in the video after the show. All right, there you go. So, channel member Christian is going to golf relay. And if you live in the Louisiana area, that might be a good fit for you. Check out his video after the show. When he releases it, he'll talk about Gulf Relay, why he chose them, and why they might be a good fit for you. So there you go, Christian. And Christian left a super chat too. Thank you very much for that. He says, Gulf Relay Plan A, GP Transco Plan B, and tomorrow for Gulf Relay and Monday for GP. You know how these companies are. Good to have a Plan B. Yeah, you got to be careful though, because if you quit under orientation, a lot of them will put it on your DAC, and that works against you. Also, if you've already taken your drug test for those companies, they get pretty sour if you don't go to their orientation. A lot of people don't realize how much companies spend uh, going through the recruiting and orientation process, and they really hate somebody to go right up to the wire and back out at the last minute. But ultimately, you got to do what's best for your family, and I wish you best whatever you decide to do. And Michael is here. He says, good evening, everyone. Channel member Tim Back says, not trying to give anything away, but Desert Okie Pam, who I think she is. Yes, she is. Desert Okie Pam is the one that referred me to SRO Logistics. All my good fortune that I have now and a lot of my work-related happiness could be directly attributed to her. So I thank you. I thank her for that recommendation and advice. Channel member Midlife says, talking about ES Advantage. That was my question. I'm a company driver, but my father-in-law has a diesel pickup. Yeah, that you can use it for any diesel vehicle. It doesn't have to be a commercial vehicle. So if your father-in-law wanted to get the card, send him the link just because he'll get the $35 when he signs up. I mean, he can contact him without my link, but he'll get the $35 when he signs up. And then he can use it to fuel his pickup. He's not going to care about the showers. He might care about the free refills if he's got a mug. And they go to Love's, TA, and Petro a whole lot, but they go to some other truck stops too, depending on the area he's in. And it's definitely worth looking into. Channel member Midlife talking about ES Advantage. He says the minimum is because he don't pay for the truck fuel. Yeah, I don't see how it would benefit you really. I guess. Well, I don't really see how it would benefit you because your father-in-law would be fueling his pickup, but you'd be out on the road. You would almost have to have two Loves cards, ones that two rewards cards for TA and Petro too, but you'd have to have one that he used when he was fueling and then one that you carried on the truck with you when you was driving. I'm not real sure how you'd do that. Mark Ely says, rolling and listening. Be safe, everyone. Heading across 68 to Cincinnati with my 341 pounds in the back. I think I might weigh more than the freight. Well, be careful with that heavy load. It's really bringing you down on the heels. But no, congratulations to you. That sounds like a good one. Sound like a money maker all day long. Member Keith changed face. No, it still says Keith on there. It may not change till the next time you come in one of the videos, since you're already in here. Channel member Keith says, I guess on the lives, it always shows my account name. I'm not sure. If you want me to start calling you KC, though, I will. I can remember that. Channel member Tim Back says, yeah, if you quit right after or during orientation, they will charge you for the hotel, drug test, and transportation a lot of times. Be careful doing that, Christian. Yeah, especially if you've changed jobs a lot and then they see that on there, you can really hurt yourself. And so I've gave him a lot of advice, and some of it he'll probably listen to, some of it won't. I don't wish anybody bad. I just know that it can cost them several. Swift said it cost them $7,000 to hire a driver, and so if they spend $7,000 and you back out at the last minute, and then 2 or 3 weeks later you call them and say, I want to come back, they may or may not be interested, depending on how bad they need drivers. Channel member Midlife talking about ES Advantage. I can get the card, just fill his truck once a month, free showers. Yeah, but how many gallons does his truck hold? And again, they've changed some stuff over there. When you fill out that link on my deal, it's gonna take you to what they call a landing page, and it'll say Trucker Todd on there. It'll ask you like 5 or 6 questions, and then a couple of days later they'll call you, and they'll talk about your specific situation. But yeah, that might work. I don't know. Depending on how much it costs to fill his truck, it might be cheaper to just pay for the showers. Or don't y'all fuel your company trucks at truck stops where you could get free showers? I'm not sure if it'd benefit you that much. Is newly named channel member KC says, "Yeah, I go by KC everywhere else. All right, I'll start calling you KC." We've caught up on the comments, so here at almost the 2 hour mark. So let me do the thing that everybody hates, and I hate saying. Give this video a thumbs up, share it on your social media platforms, and make sure you're subscribed. Even if you did it before, YouTube likes to take it away. So go in there and make sure you're subscribed. Hit that bell, select all. That way it's free to do, and you get notifications when future videos come out. If you hear me talking about channel members and you'd like to become one, click the join button and learn how to become a channel member for less than $5 a month. What a bargain. Also, look down in the title of the video, click on the title. It'll drop down a lot of other great information about how you can help the channel, and it'll probably answer a lot of questions you have about the channel. Also, in the ticker below the video is my email, the website, all that good stuff. You've heard me talking about SRO Logistics. If you'd like to know more about SRO Logistics, his email's there, safety@srologistics.com. The views and opinions of this channel are mine and mine alone, but they should be yours. No, I'm just joking. Anyway, I don't speak for any company or entity. I'm just telling you like I see it. It's okay to disagree with me on here. The moderators will love it. Let's just keep it clean, respectful. Let's keep the punches above the belt. They will escort you out of the room if you say something way off the wall. Sometimes they'll do it for a few minutes. Sometimes they'll do it permanently. Just depends on how bad it is what you say. All right. Hopefully, while I was rambling, you guys had a chance to put some more comments in. Let's jump back into them. We've got channel member Midlife again talking about ES Advantage. That's why I was asking the minimum. I get free showers at Pilot, but I shower every day. So free coffee every day can be nice. Yeah, that card, they don't have a deal with Pilot Flying J, so it wouldn't benefit you at all at Pilot Flying J. Sorry, I got the hiccups again. Channel member Christian says, signed up at ES Advantage, 3 different products offered. Which is the best, you think? Well, I've been in the same one the whole time I've had it, so I couldn't speak specifically on the other 2. They're making me redo my stuff, I think, by the end of the year, so I've got to call them and do that. That might be something I could better answer in a future video. I'm thinking the one where they hit you twice a week might be the way to go, since I get paid after every trip. But I just need to call them and talk to them, and hopefully I can do that this week. Michael says, I see you broke 6,000 subscribers. We've been kind of teeter-tottering around there. Thank you for that, by the way. We were up a little over 6,000. We lost a few. Some people unsubscribed, mainly because a lot of people subscribed wanting to see me fail. And when I didn't fail, it ticked them off and they left. So we lost a few, but I think we're still above 6,000. It'll teeter-totter. You'll lose 3 or 4 here and gain 10 or 15 there. And some people will leave for a while and come back. They'll get tired of you and leave for a while and come back. But I'm glad for the right around 6 that we've got right now. And yeah, the channel's doing great. I'm happy with it as well. Channel member KC says, are you going to do a tour of the new truck? Yeah, and the trailer, because they're both brand new to me. Neither one of them are brand new, but both brand new to me. I'm just trying to get them cleaned up a little bit, getting better weather, hopefully where it's a little warmer outside, and then we'll shoot those videos. But I just got the trailer last night, so hadn't even had it 24 hours yet. And the truck I'm still unpacking. Uh, I would be in a lot of trouble if I showed this truck as messy as it is right now. The investor would not be happy. So I need to get it clean. And I've talked to him about it, the investor, and he said he realizes it'll take me a week or two to get moved into it. I've got everything secured to where it's safe to drive, but like uh, last night when we were putting the stickers on and removing stickers, he didn't have the guy that was helping me, Snorlord, didn't have a straight blade, a razor blade, so I had to go dig, and it took me a minute. And he mentioned a screwdriver for, I think, changing the license plate or something. And I said, "Oh yeah, I got a whole bunch of tools. I just got to dig for them." And so I like getting to a point where I don't have to dig, where I know right where stuff is and I can go to it and grab it. And I'll be there very shortly, I guarantee you. Any rebroadcast of this channel is prohibited, says Gary Cook. No, I hope you do rebroadcast it. Share it on your social media platforms. Tell your friends, have them come in here. Uh, we'll have a good old time. You don't have to be on the spot market to watch this video. We talk about all kinds of stuff, sometimes even stuff that ain't trucking related. So get your friends, get your family watching, get them sharing it out on their Facebooks and their Instagrams and their YouTubes, and we'll just come back and have a good time every Tuesday and Thursday at 5 p.m. Central Time. And occasionally I put stuff on the TikTok, which I don't really like TikTok, but it was the next progression. And these videos, these lives get simulcast on LinkedIn, Facebook, and I don't remember where the other place is. LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube. That's it. That's the three. Channel member Midlife says it would benefit me because it would give me an option of Loves or Pilot for showers, and it would give me yeah, well then definitely go in the description of my video and get that link. Like I said, you can fill out that deal in 30 seconds. It's like name, email, phone number, and then a couple days later they'll call you and go over everything with you. There's three options now. There was only one option when I got it, and so they'll talk to you about the three options, and y'all can figure out what's best for you. And then let me know you got it and how you like it. I'm getting emails every week of people that are saving money with the card. Channel member Christian says, sorry for the back and forth, just trying to make the right decision. It's been hard trying to do the right thing. Well, the problem is sometimes you can overthink it. And the easiest way to do it is make a list of what's important to you and then try to find a company that fills as many of those as they can. Nobody gets everything you want. I mean, even if you have your own authority, you still don't get everything you want. So try to get the majority of what you want and try to have reasonable expectations. That's all you can do. But for one, I don't fill out an application until I'm pretty sure that that's what I want to do. And I think by the time I did an application with Scott several times on the phone, and I wasn't applying anywhere else. That was where I wanted to go to work. And there was no way that I would have called him, the night before we were supposed to meet for the dinner, or the night before I was supposed to go to Mississippi, and said, I'm going to back burner you. I think I'm looking at another company. It's just one of those deals. You got to make a plan and stick with it, and know that it's not going to be perfect anywhere. You're not going to get everything you want, but can you work there? Can you get most of what you want? And sometimes if you show up at a company and you're just a good hand and a good worker, you can, opportunities develop. Now, I'm not sure if you're doing a lease purchase at Gulf Relay or if you're a company driver, but with your situation, you and I have talked about this, I think you'd be better off in a company driver position. And that way, if real estate takes off again, you're not financially committed to a truck and you can go back to real estate. But like I've shared in other videos, it's really hard to chase two rabbits. You just need to pick what you want to do and stick with it. SRJ says, I made it out of the armpit. Yippee. So, for those that are just getting here, the armpit is Chicago, and he made it out of Chicago. Good deal. Gary Cook says, does SRO Logistics own that new trailer? Yeah, it's not new. It's a 2018, which is fine with me. It drives like it's new. It looks nice. And it's in good condition. I crawled under and looked at the brakes and everything. And we're going to do a video showing it. It's got the deal on the tandems that it'll weigh them so you don't have to get a cat scale. Well, you got to calibrate it occasionally, but anyway, they do own the trailer. That's why we got rid of the other one. It was a rental that they had, and he had an opportunity to buy this trailer from Snorlord. They've been friends for several years. Snorlord didn't need it no more. He bought it from him, and it got him out of a rental and into a purchase. And I think he's still got a couple of rental trailers, but his ultimate goal is to have all company-owned trailers. And man, if he can get a couple more like this, he'll have hit the jackpot. This is a really good trailer. KC channel member says, now you can breathe easy, SRJ. Yeah, because he's out of Chicago. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it. Gary Cook's asking if I'm wearing my headset. I don't know if you can see it because when I have the virtual background, it sometimes will hide the headset. Are you having trouble hearing me? Channel member Christian says the reason it may be a cliffhanger is due to me having a YouTube channel. I think they might ask not to talk about them. Well, again, that's something that I work out way before I do an application. I say, hey, I'm Trucker Todd. Are you guys going to be okay with that? And if they start hawing around about, I had one company that they're no longer in business. They're not even around anymore. They said, yeah, but we want to see all your videos before you release them. Well, that means they want to control my speech. You know, one thing that Swift never did, that Dart never did, that Scott's never done, they've never told me what to say. And so, now granted, they would love it. Now, some of them have said, hey, if you've got something negative to say, we'd like it if you tried to work it out with us before you did a video. And I'm fine with that. I will not release a negative video unless I've tried to work it out and they just say, screw you, we're not going to work it out. As long as there's a dialogue, as long as we're trying to work things out, even if I don't like what they're saying, I'm not going to make a negative video. So, yeah, that's what I would say about that. But yeah, they should have known about your YouTube before you ever did a video. And you've got to do like a cost benefit analysis. If you're not monetized and your YouTube channel's not real active, then maybe you drop YouTube and concentrate on trucking. Or if your channel's doing real good and you are making money off of YouTube, then maybe you say, hey, this is a deal breaker. Either I do YouTube while I'm there or I don't come there. It's everybody's situation's different. And I haven't looked at your analytics. I don't know what your channel's doing or not doing. So I'm not trying to advise you there, but if you're trying to create suspense and drama to grow your YouTube channel, that's a flash in the pan. What grows your YouTube channel is honesty and content that people want to see. And so just put out good videos about what your viewers are telling you they want to see, and that's how you grow your channel. Trying to build suspense about I'm going here, I'm going there, it doesn't always work. I mean, look at me. When I went to SRO Logistics, I told people the first 3 months, I said, I'm not saying where I'm working. I may never say where I work. And my channel still grew. People still watch because I was putting out stuff they wanted to see. And so Then when I decided to say where I was working, I still had people because I wasn't using it as a cliffhanger. I was still it's just friendly advice. Do with it what you will, but I don't want to say too much there. Channel member KC says, "Have you been playing the piano since you've been back on the road?" No, I hadn't had time yet. Perhaps when I get all the boxes unpacked, I'll get out and, or maybe go to the living room here in the truck and play the piano. Tonight, I'm just sitting outside and enjoying the truck. It looks like I might be at an RV park, but yeah, I'm having a nice night sitting out in front of the truck. Gary Cook says, "Now I see it." Let me scroll. Ah, okay. Yeah, I just got to turn my head the right way. Channel member Christian says, "Oh, let me go back to the headset for a second." So the solar powered headset, they just sent me a message. They've got a new one they came out with. It's a new batch. They're using different plastics. There's a little bit of a redesign on it, and they're sending me one. So hopefully next time I'm in Lubbock, it'll be there. I can unbox it for you guys and show it to y'all. And it really is far and away my favorite headset. It charges through solar power, and so you can plug it in if you want to, but you don't have to. It does pretty good off of just sunlight, and I'm real excited to show it to you. There is a link in the description as well for that, and if you put Trucker Todd coupon code, I don't remember the exact code, it's in the description. You get 20% off. Makes the headset, shipping, taxes, and all around $200, which is very comparable to truck stop prices. But in my opinion, it's a much better headset than what you get at a truck stop. And if you order it right now, it probably won't be to you by my birthday, but it might get there by Christmas. For it'd make a great gift for any trucking people you've got in your lives, or just people that need a good headset. Channel member Christian says, "For me, it's a family decision. The recruiter wasn't easy to talk to. A little friction was felt in the conversation, but the COO called me to come answer C, so I'm here." Well, again, I could play armchair quarterback, and I'm not going to do that. But um, the last video you did, you said that they were fifth on your list, and I guess I would ask why they were fifth on your list. If they were fifth on your list just because you didn't like the recruiter, then that brings to question decision making abilities and stuff. Because I'm not going to base my employment decision on how good a recruiter smuses them again after that anyway. And a lot of recruiters don't know crap about the company, so I don't believe half of what the recruiter says anyway. And if I remember back to the last time I talked on the phone with you, you were really excited about GP Transco. So somewhere in that deal, GP Transco went from number 1 to number 5, and Gulf Relay went from number 5 to number 1. Now, I'm not saying Gulf Relay is a bad company. I don't know anything about them, but I'm going off of the information that you've gave so far about why you selected them. And if the reason you selected them is because you at first you didn't like the recruiter, but you do like the CEO or the COO. Well, the deal is you're talk to the COO again unless something bad happens and you're upset, and you're probably not going to talk to the recruiter again either. So you let two people influence your employment decision that you're going to have very little or no contact with going forward. And I mean, you got to do what you think's best for your family. You obviously think this is what's best for your family. So I'm not trying to down talk you or tell you don't do it. I'm just saying I was really shocked because I spent all that time working with you, and I know John spent a lot of time working with you and talking with you, and you were excited and you switched very, very easy. And in my experience, and I've dealt with well over 1,000 drivers, somebody that changes their mind that easy is going to change companies pretty easy. Generally, a guy that's going to stick with the company a while will go, hey, I know they're not perfect, but I'm going to make it work. And if I knew that being home with family was most important, I would have never looked at an over the road company. I would have looked at a local or a regional company from the get go. And the problem is with any company, as a company driver, you're saying that you've got to make 2,500 a week and you want to be home on the weekends. That's going to be tough to do anywhere. I mean, I know a few people that do it. Uh, channel member Midlife is probably the closest I know to that. There may be a couple of more in here that do it. But living down in Louisiana, I don't know that you're going to find a lot of companies that are going to pay you 2,500 a week and let you be home all the time. I may be wrong. You may put out a video in 2 weeks that proves me wrong, but I think it's kind of like trip planning. You kind of have to know where you're trying to get to, and then have a reasonable way to get there. Channel member Christian says, I think they want to see my videos before I release them, like you just said. Well, that should tell you something right there. What are they afraid of? And I'll tell you, I'm going to use Scott at SRO Logistics for an example. He's an ethical, honest guy. So he's not worried about me putting out a video. He's never once said, hey, before you release that video, can you send it to me? I'd like to take a look at it. Why? Because he's doing things ethically and honestly. And he knows as long as I'm being truthful, there's no dirt going to get slung. And he knows even if that's agreement, and we've only had one to my recollection, he and I were talking about that today. We've only had one disagreement to my recollection. And within 30 minutes, we had it settled. We apologized to each other. We were back to being good again. And we were talking about that today and about how some drivers will just carry a grudge and they can't get over stuff. And he said the adult thing to do, this was his words, he said the adult thing to do is like we did. He said we had a disagreement, we talked it out, and then we forgave each other and we were good again. And so I think your better companies that that are doing what's ethical, they're not worried about negative videos because they're doing the right thing. And they're hoping that they've got open lines of communication to where if there is a problem, you're going to work it out with them. And I had one company, I don't remember if it was Swift or Dart, that they said, no, we don't mind you making videos. Just tell the truth. Good. I think it was Dart. They said, we don't care if you make videos. Just tell the truth, good or bad. Tell the truth. Don't exaggerate. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. But at the same time, don't undershoot it. Call it like an umpire. And that's where I got that saying, and that's what I started doing. Then I modified it to, I need to give them a chance to work it out before I throw a grenade. So when we had issues at Dart, one issue, we spent 6 months working it out, and I never made a video because we were still talking. We were still moving the ball forward. Now, at one point, we did get to a point where they said, screw you, Todd, we're not going to pay you. Then I made a video. Then they did pay me. So I took the videos down after they paid me. So, but yeah, you got to be curious about a company that is scared of YouTube, because YouTube can be a great promoter for them. It can be a great friend as long as the YouTuber doesn't let it go to his head. If he uses it as a power trip to get his way, then it can be a device. But if he just tells the truth like I did, hey, I went here, I got a trailer, we had to remove stickers, it took a few hours, we went to a Mexican restaurant. If you just tell it like it happened, no trucking company should be afraid of YouTube. somebody mentioned Christensen earlier, and about me going to their terminal and doing that video. They know before I get there, I don't like their inward facing camera. I don't like their app that they've got on their phone. They know when I interview them, I'm going to bring that stuff up. Now, it's not going to be a gotcha session. They know I'm going to bring it up. They know I don't like it. They know what my objections are. That's their policy. I'm going to ask them about it. They're going to give me their response, and then you guys can decide. Several of you have told me inward facing cameras don't bother you. So when we talk about that, you're going to be like, yeah, no big deal. So yeah, I'm a see what you get kind of guy. I don't, I don't like my father-in-law, ex-father-in-law used to say, I don't have two faces. I'm the same. Now I would say in person, I'm a little more shy than I am on YouTube until I get to know people. But yeah, be curious. I mean, if this is the place you want to work, then maybe take down your YouTube channel or put it on pause until you decide, because I'd be a little skeptical of that personally. And a lot of companies, without mentioning any names, a lot of companies are a little leery of YouTube because of what they've seen other YouTubers do when they came to their company. I'm an opinion, though. That's all I want to do. I want to talk about trucking news and give my opinion. I don't want to any company. That's not what I do. Or I have done it. It's not what I want to do. Gary Cook says, how many drivers have joined SRO Logistics since you joined them? To my knowledge, only one, and that would be Tim Back. Mine, we're a small outfit. I believe he's got 5 or 6 drivers right now. He's not interested in becoming a mega carrier. He's just a small company that wants to hire good drivers when they're available. I'm not a recruiter. I'm a truck driver. I'm just telling you my experience here. I'm telling you my experience about working for a small carrier. This is the smallest carrier I've ever worked for, so it's a little bit of a experience for me. It's not my first rodeo with the load boards, but for a lot of people it is. So I'm sharing what the loads boards are like in these tough economic times, and that's kind of what we're doing. But this is not Swift. Um, People aren't going to be coming in the volumes that they were at Swift. I didn't come. I came here because of Scott's character and the way he runs his company, and because I wanted to run the spot market and kind of do my own thing. And hands down, this is as close as you can get to your own authority. And I don't have to deal with all the extra insurances. I don't have to deal with the 6 months of brokers not wanting to deal with me. I'm with an experienced carrier that lets me run my own way. Now I still have to be legal, but I'd have to be legal if I had my own authority. And I made a friend out of the deal. He calls me 2 or 3 times a week. We have a good time on the phone, discuss what we need to discuss, and then we go our separate ways. When I'm in Mississippi, we hang out if he's there and I'm there, and I like his family. I've met his kids. They're all adult kids now. I've met his kids. They're all great. I've met his wife. She's great. She does payroll and a lot of the office stuff. One of the nicest people you'll ever meet. And so the short answer to your question, the only one I know of is Back, and as far as I know, he's happy here too. Remember, with a very tough decision, it's so hard to find a good place. You go to a place, find out things until you're there. Well, and that's why I say you have to keep an open mind and decide what's important to you and what you can live with. I've been very honest about SRO Logistics. There's times I wish I could go to California and Oregon, but it's not a deal breaker for me. I don't have a passport, so I can't go to Canada anyway. And but even if I did have a passport, let's go to Canada, which I really wish we could, because I'd like to go to a light point, and he knows that I'm not done. It's not in the card. Okay, you have to choose your. It's the worst thing about the company is I can't play. To get really in the weeds, think of something else I don't like about me. And I mean really nitpicky. Um, I'm trying to think. He's been great. So, I mean, if we had a situation, let's say tomorrow morning he called me and we got in a big argument. I did in a big argument. Deal's messing up again. We're gonna get mad. I'm probably too. I'm back and we're gonna work it out. I'm not gonna just quit and go home because one thing didn't go my way. And same thing, he's a pretty guy. He's gonna listen. I'll give you an example of how open-minded he is. He sent the stickers for the trailer, and he said, "I want them put on this way." That's his trailer. When we got ready to put them on that way, it turned out that the material that the walls made of, Snorlord told us that the stickers wouldn't stick good to that. So we called him that to him. Well, with this new information, we were able to put the stickers on a different head. That's what, and that's the kind of owner and leader that he is. This is why I get on here and talk bad about it. I mean, talk good about him. It's not so I get a bunch of referrals. It's so you can see what you need to look for in a company. You want a guy but can't wait if you make a good tomorrow morning and say Todd or Scott, instead of 80-20, I think I ought to be paid 95-5. He'll listen to my argument, or 90-10 or whatever. He'll listen to my argument. That doesn't mean he's going to change the company policy, but he'll hear me out and he'll say, I appreciate your suggestion, but we're not going to do that. And again, is it a deal breaker? I'm getting 95% of what I want. Am I going to quit a company over the 5% I'm not getting? And the answer is no. You saw when I lost the Kenworth, my number one goal in the whole deal was I'm going to find a way to stay working at SRO Logistics. And that's what he's shooting for. He's not shooting for 10,000 trucks. Now, I'm sure he wouldn't complain if he had 10,000 trucks, but he's looking for drivers that are loyal to the point that they're not looking for a reason to quit or a reason to go somewhere else. They're looking for a way to stay. So no matter how bad it gets, they're going to hang around. And I think that's one thing he really liked, was seeing my loyalty. The second my truck was getting lost, I didn't go, oh, well, I'm going to a mega carrier and I'm getting a lease purchase because I can get a brand new truck and they'll give me a sign-on bonus and all that. I was going, no, I'm working with a good, honest guy that pays me like he said he was and does what he said he'd do. So I want to stay working with him as long as I can. And, is Gulf Relay like that? I don't know. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. Is GP Transco that way? I don't know. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. I got 3 or 4 people that come in the comments here that tell me that they're that way. But you're telling me that your home time requirements, you need to be home more than what GP Transco is offering. If that's a deal breaker for you, then you shouldn't be applying to over-the-road companies. Over-the-road companies typically don't get you home every week unless you're on some kind of dedicated run in your area. Should have called them, said, hey, do you have a dedicated run for where I live? When they said no, you should have said, okay, thanks, and hung up and called somebody else. I would have went to Gulf Relay originally. But and I'm not trying to put you down here, I'm really not. But when you do a release video last week and you go, all right, I'm going to GP Transco. And then 2 days later you go, nope, I'm going here. And then you come on tonight and you go, all right, after your video, I'm releasing a video saying where I'm going. It looks, and I'm not accusing you of this, but it looks like you're trying to build a YouTube channel instead of trying to have a trucking career. And maybe you can do that. I don't know. I would focus hard on the real estate because you've got employees, and I would find a regional or a local job, but I wouldn't expect it to pay $2,500 a week in the New Orleans area. Maybe I'm wrong. And the reason I would do a company driver job is at some point real estate's going to come back, and that's going to be where you want to be when it does come back, because you can make a lot more money in real estate than you can in trucking. Channel, y'all. I just it's extremely frustrating to be as busy as I am and try to help people, and then they just totally disregard that time. Sorry, I think my internet froze again. We'll get it going here in a second. There it goes. Nope, it put the comment twice. Channel member KC says that's how it is everywhere. Christian, your issue is you have always been self-employed. Every employer has their own flavor or nonsense. Find your favorite flavor and savor the good. Yeah, and even like I was saying, even if you get your own authority, you're not always going to get your way. You're going to have a broker that throws you a curveball. You're going to have a shop that screws you over. Some of it's just dealing with people and knowing you're not always going to get your way. Always going to be roses and rains. Their job, absolutely. Their station, and she got, today was tough, and I'm like, tough days too. I have easy days where everything goes smooth. I wake up and there's 30 calls on my phone. I finally did. Channel member Midlife got my email working on my iPhone. I had 1,700 emails from 10 different emails. I've got 10 different emails. There were 1,700 emails on there for me to clear off. I've got it down to about 13 or 1,400 right now. And they weren't all brand new. Some of them were old emails, but it brought them up as a new notification. So I wasn't real excited to do that, but it's something I got to do so that when you guys email me, I see your new ones. Like the guy that wants me to meet with him tomorrow in Kansas. I got to find his email, and it's a lot harder to do when there's 1,700 of them. But I told him I'd try to meet with him tomorrow, and if I can make my schedule. So hopefully it's working. Yep, I think that. Give it a second. SRJ wants to know what Christian's channel is. Hey, Christian, if you're still here, put your channel link in the description, or I mean in the comments, so people that want to know about Gulf Relay or about what you're doing can go check you out. Lance says large companies are afraid of YouTube because of lawsuits. Well, you might notice, and that is true, Schneider fired a bunch of people for filming videos while they're driving. Midlife channel member gave me a headset and a whole bunch of GoPro stuff so that I could theoretically do it. I've also got a mount where I could mount it while I'm driving, but you just got to be careful. it can create lawsuits. But in my videos, you notice I always try to position the cameras where you can see I'm parked, especially in the recorded videos, because I just think that's important. And nobody's ever told me to do that. No company has ever said to do it. It's just one of the personal rules I put on myself. I'm not the guy that's going to have a camera set up facing me and I'm talking to you while I'm going down the road. Because if I have an accident while I'm doing that, even if it's not my fault, then they're going to come back and say that I was distracted. So I think common sense has to prevail there. I do have some videos, especially on TikTok, where I used my dash cam and then I put music to it. And that's because it's a dash cam. I never touch it. I never, there's no way to manipulate it while I'm driving. I have to park and get on a website to pull that footage. SRJ says a new driver, 2,500 a week and home on weekends. Please let me know the company name. Oh, I had one better than that. I had a guy call me one day when I was at Dart. He said he wanted 3,500 a week take home, and he wanted to be home every weekend. And I said, he wanted to know what trucking company did that. I said, you need to haul cocaine. That's the only way I know you're going to make that kind of money. It's, I mean, that's what I real. You're in a market over 300,000 drivers. If there is such a job, you're in competition with very people to get those jobs, and they're probably going to people that know somebody higher up in the company. Look at the median income for a company driver in your area. Most company drivers are going to gross between 12 and 1,800 a week. Now, there's exceptions to the rule. Midlife does videos, and he makes a lot more than that, but he's an exception, not the rule. If I went into a trucking company in Lubbock and I said I want to make what Midlife makes, they would laugh at me, because Midlife makes a lot more than any local company driver job in Lubbock. He makes a lot more than I made when I was a company driver in Lubbock. He's real close to what most lease purchase owner operators make, and I would say in some cases he's more. Midlife has a very good deal at Cheeseman, but a lot of you, because of where you live geographically, Cheeseman's not an option for you. So you have to think about where you live and what's available in your area. And I see the same thing on the load boards. People get on there and bid outrageous, and the load brokers don't even take you seriously because you don't know the market, you don't know what rates should be, you don't know what to ask for. And a lot of guys don't know how to negotiate. They call the broker and they go, my truck don't move for less than $3 a mile. That's not a negotiation line. That's not how you shared in my negotiation. I didn't get wanted on this load. And so that's what you've got to do. You've got to know what you Channel member Miff says about Christensen, we ask about the 90. Absolutely. And they know going in that I'm going to ask about it. I'm not going to be mean. I'm not going to put them down. I think it takes a lot of guts to sit in front of me and answer tough questions. Give them a lot of kudos for that. They got pretty trucks and they're loaded out. And I'm also going to talk about that. But if we're going to have a $90,000 balloon payment, we need to finance that balloon, because it's unrealistic to think that a driver on average would be able to save $90,000 in 3 or 4 years. Maybe some do. I'd be curious. That's probably another question I'd ask. What percentage of your drivers, or how many drivers a year? And that's not necessarily a nuclear question. I mean, how many drivers stay at any company 3 or 4 years? That doesn't necessarily mean anything bad about the company, but I just want to know more from the curiosity of how many people can save up $90,000 in 3 or 4 years. Now, maybe there's a few guys that can. I probably could, because I've got other alternative sources of income. I could live miserly. I could, we could live on my check. My wife could save all of her money or something like that. See, and I think that's kind of the point. I think they want you trading up to a new truck every 3 or 4 years when the lease ends. But they also have an option where you can put 5,000 down, and I would have a lot of questions about that too. But it wouldn't be a surprise. They'd know going in, hey, I'm going to ask some tough questions. Are you okay with that? Michael says, "Well, hang with you folks as long as I can. I'm climbing cabbage." All right, same with me. I'll hang with y'all as long as I can. My internet's kind of going in and out, and my tooth is killing me, even with that pain reliever. Scott still hasn't decided where he wants to work. Yeah, and here's another one, and I'm glad Skyline brought this up. We've got Gulf Relay that we don't know anything about. Nobody in here works for Gulf Relay. Nobody can tell him if it's a good company or a bad company. We've had 2 or 3 guys from Crete saying Crete's a great place to work, company or lease. And we've got, which I don't think he should do a lease, I think he should do company. And we've got 2 or 3 guys from GP Transco, which they are company. And they're all, yeah, we love it here. Why wouldn't he go to Crete or, if he said, hey, Todd, I decided not to go to GP, I'm going to go to Crete because I saw Line said about him. I saw a Skylines video or one of the other guys in here. But to go to a company none of us know hardly anything about, just because the COO called him, and to not go there just because he didn't like the recruiter, it doesn't seem like good sense to me. I'm not trying to beat up on really bad when you say, and I realize he released what company it is now. But it looks really, really bad when you say, Bill, we're going to work after you're live tonight. And last video too. And then you changed it. And now you're like, well, they're plan A. It's like tomorrow, the next day, are you going to say, oh, I changed my mind again? I'm going to reveal where I'm going now after Todd's Thursday video. This has been going on a month. It's time to poop or get off the toilet. And I like Christian. He's been very supportive of the channel. Got to be honest, you guys watch me. Every survey I've ever seen about this channel is you guys watch me because you think I'm honest and you think I give my honest opinion, that I'm not a sellout. And that's all I'm doing here. I'm giving my honest opinion. If I wanted to be a company driver right now, I'd either go back to that local company in Lubbock that I worked for several years, or I'd go to GP because of the guys in here that I know and trust, and the things they've taught. They have credibility with me. I believe them. Now, if I went there and it sucked, I'd call them. It sucks, but I trust them, and I trust the place in Lubbock because I worked for him for several years. I know the owner; he's a good guy. But understand, I wanted to run the spot market. I wanted to have my own truck. I wanted to work for an honest guy that would pay me. I didn't have to worry about getting paid. I wanted to work for a guy that kept his word, and I got all of that. So I'm not going anywhere. Uh, if he wants to get rid of me, he'll probably have to pry my cold dead hands off the steering wheel. And I'm joking. I've told him before, if we ever got to where it's kind of like being with a girl that don't want you. And this is how I told him. I said, if we ever get to a point where you don't want to work with me anymore, just tell me. I'll get a load back to your place. I'll bring you the truck, the trailer. I'm not going to vandalize anything. I'm not going to tear anything up. I'll rent a car and I'll go home. I just don't believe you should stay somewhere where you're not wanted. I don't believe you should vandalize equipment or sell fuel or or slash tires or sell tires off the truck just because things don't work out. If he decides he don't want me here, we're going to part with a handshake. I'll take him his permit book, his fuel card. We're going to shake hands and part ways like men. And of course, I'm going to hope in doing that wherever I go next, that he'll give me a recommendation. He'll say, you know, Todd's a good guy. We just didn't work out. And he's going to hope that when somebody comes on my videos and says, what's SR Logistics like? I'm going to say, hey, it's a great place. We just had a difference of opinion or, you know, whatever, but that I'm going to be fair to him. And I think that's how we all need to be. I'm not the guy that's going to hide the equipment. I'm not the guy that's going to make up a bunch of drama or say stuff. I seen a truck when I was at Swift that somebody took a knife and slashed the seats. That's not me. I'm not going to do that. I've seen trucks where they left poop bags in them, where they left rotten food in the refrigerator. That's not me. As much time as I have to clean and return it to natural, what it was when I got it, that's what I'm going to do. Now, if he says you got 30 minutes to get out of the truck, no, I'm not going to clean. I'm going to get my in the park, just trying to get as much stuff as I can. I'm probably going to get the cheap stuff last. But I don't think we're ever going to get to that point because, and it's funny that we're talking about this now because he and I were talking about it today. I think that we're two adult men that we can have a civil discussion. We're about the same age, and I think that we can work it out. And when I say work it out, I don't mean a fist fight. I mean, I think that he can give me his point of view, and I can give him my point of view, and we can find a compromise that works for both of us. Ted is here. He's hello, sir. Sorry I'm late. Well, yeah, we're doing good, man. It's been a very memorable week. I'm very excited. I got a really bad cavity or toothache or something that I may talk a little funny because I'm putting that numbness on it and it's getting on my tongue and making it hard to talk. You can talk now. Yeah, other than that, it's been a great week. Truck is running super. Picked up that trailer last night. I've had it about 24 hours, and I couldn't be happy. And that's the honest truth. Channel member KC says, Skyline, I think you have helped me concrete once I finish this first year. They're looking pretty good for me as my terminal is to me. See, now that is a smart comment right there. He's relying on a guy that in here Skyline, a guy that has a channel. You go out, he's not close to you. It's the case. If you get to work there, you got questions, he'll take your email, he'll answer them, he'll try to help you. I respect KC for saying that about Skyline. Skyline's about as good as they get, and I've done a little research. I haven't found any Skyline said to be false, and they looked pretty good when I looked at them too. So, yeah, I'm happy to hear that, and I hope when you get to that point in your experience that you'll contact Skyline and subscribe to his channel. We need to support the good ones on YouTube, and good that are out here that are trying to that are honest, we need to be supportive of them. Even if you can't watch videos, him and watch when you can or when he talks about something that interests you. And send me news stories to my email. Doggone it. Channel member Christian says you make a good point about the really honest about who I am. Being a broker is probably in my past. Well, and that's okay too. There's nothing wrong with that. But if it is in your past, you need somebody to manage the office that you trust so that you've got that other stream of income coming in. And you still need to kind of look over it and make sure you're not getting ripped off or nothing. Oh boy. Ted says you're cutting in and out. Is it the audio or the visual? The visual is if I lean back a little because of this. Let me do this. This may help. Hang on a second. We're going to go to the truck. Now it's going to be a little darker, but hopefully the video gets a little better. And we'll see how that does. This has been a technical Tuesday. The internet's been terrible. We lost Verizon earlier. We're on AT&T right now, or we may be on. We're either on AT&T or T-Mobile. I'm not sure which right now. I think we're on AT&T. Mike Burbank says I'm making 95K gross hauling fuel local right now. Worth it going OO? Probably not. I'd probably keep doing what you're doing because you're home every day, and what you're doing is basically guaranteed money. I've never had and this is why different strokes for different folks. I've never had an interest in hauling fuel just because of how crazy the drivers have become. If somebody hits you, there's a good chance you're going to go boom. But 95K guaranteed, I think you're doing good. I'd probably keep doing what you're doing. A lot of the successful owner operators are doing 110, 120 a year. But keep in mind, that's not guaranteed like what you're doing is. All it takes is one breakdown like I had where you're down 2 months, and that's out the window. And so, yeah, it's being an owner operator is not for everybody. And, I talked to an Estes driver that he had a really good deal. And I talked him out of doing a lease purchase or buying a truck. And he called another big YouTuber and they told him the same thing. And he was just trying to find somebody that agreed with him that he should do it. But man, to have benefits and everything and to be home regularly, especially if you've got little kids and home time's important to you, that's where it's at. It's all about what's important to you. If all you care about's money, chase the money, but your family and things like that, then maybe you take a deal like Mike Burbank has. That's definitely a decent deal. And for me, it's not about the money at all. It's about I consider myself the most successful family. Either my uncle and his family or my kids and their families. That's when I consider myself the most successful. That's what I work for, is that opportunity. Being able to hang out with my wife, go do things, that's far more important to me than being able to come on here and brag that I made more money than you did, or you bragging you made more money than I did. That doesn't motivate me. What motivates me is I got to go by the house and go hang out with my son, or I got to have dinner with my uncle, or me and my wife got to go out. That's far more important to me than some settlement that says I made. Oh boy, I'm cutting in and out. Um, Hopefully it'll get better. I'm not real sure what I can do about it at this point. I'm probably getting messages at the same time. I've got people that are real bad about emailing me during the lives or texting me, and it really interferes with stuff. I can try to switch if it gets okay. Let's try another internet. Let's try T-Mobile. Give me just a second. It's going to cut out for when I switch. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Is that better? Y'all let me know in the comments if it's better. I'm going to jump back into the messages here so we don't get, well, let me scroll down and see if I see somebody. Can everybody hear me okay now? Okay, Skyline says it's way better. So we'll jump into the comments. We're now using T-Mobile. T-Mobile is now bringing you channel member Midlife talking about Canada. They have different rules for hours of service. Yeah, I've been to Canada before, back before it took a passport. But these ELDs, you can switch them to Canadian rules. It's not real hard to do, and it recalculates everything. And if I was taking a load up there, I would just refresh my memory on Canadian rules and things like that. But yeah, you're right. Everything is a little different up there. And we'll skip this comment because Skyline was saying my connection's bad, but he said it's better now. Skyline says, good decision, KC. Yes, sir. Channel member Christian says, I think switching sometimes even at the last minute, as long as you aren't too far along. GP, I still feel made a wrong decision not going there, but the promise of more money is too exciting. But that's all it is a promise. It's not a guarantee that you'll make more money. The biggest decider in how much money you're going to make is you. And I got to tell you, and I really feel bad because I feel like I'm picking on Christian. I'm going to remove his comment so everybody can see the website. But you've got to look at how many jobs you've had in say the past 2 years, because a lot of companies look at that. And if they start seeing that you didn't show up at orientation here and you took a drug test and didn't go there, it's going to weigh down on you and it's going to become very difficult to find another job. Now, I know as soon as I say that, somebody's going to say, well, Todd, you've had a few jobs the last 2 years. Yes, but every time I left, it was a vertical move. You can go back. You can look at them. I left it ended up being a very wise time for me to leave when I left. And I left on good terms. Most of those places I could go right back to. And so you kind of have to look at that. I mean, obviously I couldn't go to F2F right now because of the accident, but everything else was logical. It made sense. I can explain it to a recruiter. Had I taken a drug test and not gone to a company, it's going to be hard to explain that. Had I scheduled an orientation and not gone, it's going to be harder to explain that. And so just keep that in mind. And that's where YouTube works against you. When they find out you got a channel and that you're job hopping, they wonder if you're just doing it for clicks. Look, I could make a lot of money changing companies every 3 months because you get a whole bunch of content. It's orientation, it's the truck, it's what's my dispatcher like, it's 30-day review. I can tell you the cycle, and you can get a lot of content out of that. But you know, people catch on pretty quick that every 30 days you're going to another company. And so that's what I would say. Just have a plan and stick with it. And I'm not trying to talk you out of Gulf Relay. I realize that that's what this video looks like. But I do wish you the best there. It's just, man, you got to pick somewhere and stick with it. And don't even let YouTube figure its way into the equation. Don't worry about how many clicks you're going to get or when you can drop the next video. Pick a good company that's going to take care of your family, and everything else will take care of itself. All right, I did that one already. Channel member Midlife put Christian's channel up. So if you guys want to check out Christian, there it is. Copy it, and then after the show, go over and check him out. Find out why he went to Gulf Relay and see if you think he made a good choice. Leave him a comment if that's something you're interested in. If you live in Louisiana, maybe that's a company you want to take a look at. And maybe Christian can help you get on over there. Maybe he's got his foot in the door. go on. You're not going to as a company driver every week. Might do it every once in a while if you have a trip holdover or something. I feel pretty comfortable telling you you're not going to make that at GP Transco either. And so this is where you need to adjust your expectations a little bit. The guys that are making $2,500 a week are guys like me, guys like Tim Back. And I'm back. The guys that make this one, I didn't want to talk about Gulf Relay. We're already getting some stupid comments. We'll get to them in a minute. Just hang with me. Don't block them. I'll talk to them. You're not going to make $2,500 a week at probably 85 or 90% of the company jobs out there, especially if you want to go home every 10 to 14 days. The guys that are making $2,500, $3,000 a week are the guys like me, Tim Back, that are running the spot market, that have their own trucks, that's been doing this for a while. And I realize you've had your CDL since 96, but you haven't kind of, you got to immerse yourself in the market, and you got to be at the top of your company. Everybody's not doing it. If it was easy, everybody would do it. I mean, guys going to college and getting degrees aren't making $2,500 a week. A lot of them. I make more than a lot of them do. So, I mean, if they thought they could make $2,500 a week and be home every 7 to 10 days or 10 to 14 days, then everybody would be doing it. It's just, I think your expectations are way, way, way off. All right, let me see if I can get back where I was. Here's a great comment from channel member Midlife. He says, it's networking and research. The best companies are not advertising. Yeah, I shared that when my Kenworth went down. A lot of great companies, some I'd never even heard of, started reaching out to me. Hey, Todd, we'll do a lease purchase with you, but we want you to leave Scott and come work with us. And I was like, no, my goal is to stay with Scott. As long as there's a chance with Scott, then I'm not interested in any outside companies. If me and Scott can't work together because I can't get a truck or whatever, then I'll come over there. Fortunately, I found an investor that helped me get a truck, and so all was good. But yeah, you're right. The best loads aren't on the load board. And that's why I got a few brokers I can call and get some special deals sometimes. A lot of times, though, I do get them off the load boards, though. It's kind of hit and miss. Michael says Decker has a $2,500 down payment to lease a truck. Yeah, about a year and a half, 2 years ago, somebody asked me to look at Decker, and I looked at them pretty hard. I'm just going to be honest. At the time, I was not impressed with what they were offering or with their lease purchase program. They may have changed it since then. It may be a great deal now. I haven't looked at it in a long time. Man, this guy's backing up crazy. But at the time, it kind of, I don't like the color of their trucks either. That's not a reason to choose a company or not choose a company, but I what they had back then for sure. Channel member Christian says Crete recruiting department was really hard to communicate with. People said the exact same thing about Swift in their heyday when I was there, and their lease purchase was really good. And it's because Michelle's phone was blowing up. I walked in her office one day. She had a 2-page list of just my viewers, people waiting for her to call her back. And I'm sure Crete's the same thing. The good companies are hard to get on with. You notice you don't see Skyline or any of these other guys at Crete. They're not coming on here telling you, oh, it's going to be easy to get on over there. It very well may be difficult. All they're telling you is it's worth it. So, yeah, you're going to have to probably bug the crap out of them, maybe close to beg. The nail that sticks up the highest will get hit first, though. If you keep calling, and I don't mean be a butthole, call every 30 minutes, but call in the morning, call again that afternoon, be like, hey, I left a message this morning. I'm just trying to find out about my application. Use Driver Pulse, fill out an application there, and then call in. Hey, I did an application yesterday. I'm just calling to see if you guys had a chance to look at it yet. It Nobody's saying this stuff's easy, and the good companies are going to be really hard. I'll tell you right now, getting on with SRO logistics, it's going to be hard. Scott's picky. Why is he picky? Because he can be. He's not desperate for drivers. He's not just trying to fill a seat. You got to have your own truck. And he's not going to hire you. You're not going to call him on Monday and go to work on Thursday. It's going to take a few weeks. But he feels like his company's worth the wait. And so, yeah, if you're going to go to Crete, I imagine it is hard. I imagine it is hard to get a hold of somebody. I imagine they're pretty strict about who they'll hire, who they won't hire, what their employment requirements are, experience requirements, because they know what they're offering is a good program. Channel member Christian says some people change their mind. I think it's okay to go to a place for orientation and find out it isn't for you for some reason. You might think it's okay, but the companies don't. They get ticked. They look at it like you should have done your research, and that you took their airplane there, you took their bus there, you stayed in their hotel. You should at least work for them for a few months before you take off. It's trucking's different than the rest of the world. Think about how you would feel if I was coming to work for your real estate company and you spent, say, $2,500 doing government requirements, background checks, drug tests, flying me out, putting me in a hotel. And then the night before orientation, I said, you know what, Christian? I don't think I want to work for you. Thanks for the hotel. Now, can you fly me back home? I mean, how many times a week would you want to do that? And how could you sustain a business like that, especially in this economy? You would say, hey, I've got a great real estate company. At least give me a shot. Work for me for 90 days. Well, I don't like this policy. You only give me 30 minutes for lunch and I want an hour. So I'm screw you. I'm going back home. It just, you have to think of it, and I say this in a debate. Anytime I'm having a debate with somebody, I always try to put myself in their shoes, because then I can kind of think, what would they say? How would they respond? And then I'm ready with a comeback. And you have to think about that here too. If the shoes were reversed and you had the trucking company, let's say you were SRO Logistics, let's say you had 5 trucks and somebody cost you $2,500 and backed out at the last minute, how would you feel? It would hurt. And now stuff does happen. If your wife got sick and you had to postpone for 2 weeks, that's a different deal. But I'm not trying to beat you up here. It's do what you want to do. But I'm telling you, you're running out of road. You're gonna have to pick a company and stay there. You can't. You did one company for 2 or 3 weeks. You did another company. How long was you at Variant? 2 or 3 months. And it looks real sporadic. It looks real wishy-washy. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Gulf Relay deals with this all the time, and they're going to be fine with it. But the problem is, if you go to Gulf Relay and you don't make $2,500 a week like you said you was going to, what are you going to do then? Where are you going to go next? You're going to go to GP? Well, they're still not going to give you $2,500 a week if they'll even take you at that point. You're going to go to Crete? Well, they'll still not give you $2,500 a week, even if they'll take you at that point. I'm really trying to help you. This is coming from a place of trying to help you, not trying to embarrass you or put you down or nothing like that. I see a guy making a big mistake, and I'm trying to fix that big mistake. What's important to me is money more than home time. GP is lower pay per mile than lease. So they want you to be out 4 weeks. Their reputation is awesome and everyone loves it there. Again, it's tough. Okay, so let's talk about that. So, money's the most important thing to you, but you told me the reason you were going to Gulf Relay was because they were regional and they could get you home more. Again, I think we're going back to you don't know what you want. GP is lower pay per mile than a lease. Well, company driver is always lower pay per mile than a lease because you're paying for everything. You're going to pay for the fuel. You're going to pay for the maintenance. You're going to pay for the insurance. They also want you to be out 4 weeks. Their reputation is awesome and everybody loves it there. Again, it's tough. Well, that should tell you something right there. Why do they love it there if you think the pay is so low? It must be the way they're getting treated. They must say, well, even though I'm getting paid a little less, I'm being treated with respect. You've already had at least two drivers I know that told you that, they say 4 weeks, the recruiters do, but you can get home every 2 or 3 weeks. You just have to schedule it. That's over the road trucking. If you if you can't stay out 2 to 4 weeks and over the road trucking, then you either need to buy a truck and you're still going to have to stay out unless you can get stuff to the house like I do, or you're going to have to get on a dedicated account if there's something like that in your area. But I think you're barking up the wrong tree if you want 2,500 a week as a company driver. And I'm going to be totally honest, and I'm really not trying to upset you. I don't think you've got enough experience to make 2,500 a week as an owner operator. I'm not being negative towards you. You could learn, I could teach you, others in this group could teach you. But the things you're saying and the way you're talking right now, I don't think you'd make 2,500 a week as an owner operator. And I hope that doesn't make you mad. I'm doing what y'all want me to do. I'm being honest with you. And I'd rather you come back in a month and say, Todd, you were right, than I had you come back in a month and go, Todd, why didn't you tell me? I had no idea. Skyline says, Christian, you don't need to go to orientation to find out if the company is a good fit for you. Ask questions and do your homework on the company you're interested in. That's another great point. And listen to people that have more experience that are telling you. And I'm not just talking about me here. I'm talking about Skyline. We're telling you honest numbers, what you're really going to make. We're not a recruiter, trying to get that money that the recruiters make or meet a quota. He's going to that Gulf Relay guy is going to tell you whatever it takes to get you in the door because that's how he gets paid. I don't make a dime out, no matter which of these companies you go to. I'm trying to help you as your friend, but giving you more good advice. He's saying the same thing. He don't know diddly squat about Gulf Relay, but he knows he's been at Crete several years. He knows what your experience at Crete will be. And he knows you're not going to make 25 a week as a kind of car. Just hang on. Hope everybody's here. I'm fired tonight. It to be working. I've got all kinds of hot takes tonight. This needs to work. Remember Christian Sky? Creek communicates through drivers. They wouldn't call or message me back. I tried. Well, that's where having somebody like Skyline working there can be a benefit to you. So you can go to Skyline's video. You can email him. You can say, hey, Skyline, I really want to go to Crete, but I can't get nobody to call me back. He knows people within the company. I guarantee you, he can probably make a phone call and get somebody to call you back. I used to have this happen at Swift all the time. Todd, I've been trying to get a hold of Michelle for a week, and I can't get her to call me. Tools that are there's probably not a people in the office. I bet I bet when he calls their office, they answer his phone calls. I bet they take his calls when he calls in. And it's because he's developed a reputation with them. That's what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to get in with the company and show some staying power and build a reputation. Again, I'm not trying to beat up on you. Ted says, I need you to all please pray for a good friend of mine. He is like a brother. His name is Julius. He got stage 4 cancer. Thank you all very much. Yeah, y'all pray for Julius. I talked to him through Ted on the phone briefly the other day. He's a good guy that does a lot of work for Ted around his house, and he did get stage 4 cancer, and it's spreading and pretty aggressive. So if you would just take a few minutes and pray for Julius, that'd be great. Thanks for putting that out there, Ted. I didn't want to bring it up without your permission. SRJ, 130K a year for a first year driver. I'm not sure that's feasible. Maybe if you stay out 3 or 4 weeks at a time. Lease purchase as a new driver equals almost guarantee for failure. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. More. Good grief, my tongue ain't working. And most of the people doing a lease purchase not doing it. Ideally, you should go out and buy a truck. Now, there's situations like mine where you have to, and I get that. But I got a lot of experience. I've been doing lease purchases since 2001. I've paid off several trucks, and I even bought one for cash earlier this year. So I'm in a little different situation than a lot of guys. But I just, I don't know. I agree with you completely, though, SRJ. KC says, I am subscribed to Skyline, Harlow, Midlife. All the guys in here are the ones I have heard any of you talk about. Skyline's videos are my favorite that I found out about Crete. Well, good deal. I'm glad that we turned you on to other YouTubers. That's how it works. I've got guys that do that to me. Cassius King and Scorpion Trucker. And then YouTubers. Work. If I feel please, them good guys in here. Yeah, I think good information. Enough for all of us. We should all be All righty, we're back. We're going to keep this going. I'm going to try to find where I was at. Hey, boss, how are you? I just put in my app for lease purchase today, so you know what's next. Yes, sir. I noticed that here that was Married Man 379 Pete saying what kind of Swift. So I'm assuming you went to Swift. So Swift, after you do your drug test and everything, they're going to contact you and talk to you about trucks. I got a Freightliner and it was their higher spec one. They called it an owner operator truck. There's no such thing. It was a higher spec truck. It was pretty nice. If I went back there, that's probably what I would do. Or their Volvo. Their Volvo is really nice too. The brand new uh, Kenworths, they're having a lot of problems with. I'd probably stay away from the Kenworths and get either a Volvo or a Freightliner. I'd probably stay away from their internationals too. I knew a guy that his caught on fire. A couple of them caught on fire. You'd see them burnt down at the terminals. So I'd probably stay away from the Swift Internationals and get either a Volvo or a Freightliner. All right, we're trying. Hopefully, we got internet again. Look for a carrier with good culture, home time equipment, and compensation. Says channel member midlife. Yep, that's good advice. I disagree. It keeps going down. This is extremely frustrating. If you guys knew what I paid for cellular service and it not worked, that's crazy. Married Man says sounds better. Hopefully, yeah, it now says KC. It says yeah, it's better. Well, it's working. Yeah, it's 379. Nope, I'm still with SRO Logistics. Somebody else is asking me about Gulf Relay. That would be Christian. It's because I get asked about dozens of companies, and if I comment on them, everybody thinks I'm working there. And you don't have to work for a company to have an opinion about it, especially companies. So, and a lot of drivers call me about the companies they're at. So I know a lot about companies that I've never worked for. And Gulf Relay, to be honest with you, is one I'd never even heard of. So I don't know anything about them. But what I was telling Christian is I do know about Crete and I do know about GP Transco. And then him to contact those companies because I've got reputable people in here that I trust telling me that those are good company driver jobs. Him a direct call with my fleet manager so he can answer all his questions email. and I can give you his number, or you can give me your number. Yeah, that's what I was saying. He needs to contact you. Use the tools that are in front of you. A lot of guys don't realize, or who's getting paid what, that they wait weeks and weeks and miss out on good opportunities because they're so worried about who might benefit from it. And Skyline's the guy that he could definitely help you if Crete's where you want to go. But you got to let him know. You got to communicate, and you're going to have trouble at trucking companies if you can't communicate. If you can't get your dispatcher and you get frustrated and you're like, I don't know what to do, and you get frustrated and you're like, overcome stuff like that. Trucking is all about overcoming obstacles. Yeah, so he can call you Christian. That was Skyline. Got another. Skyline says, I help a lot of people to get in, but you need to be serious about it. Exactly. Don't don't do this as clickbait. Don't call Skyline and make him spend all day getting you set up. If all it is you're going to put out a video in 2 days saying you're not going there and to watch next week to see where you're going. If you call Skyline, be serious and be able to tell Skyline, if you get me approved, I'm coming to work there. I don't care if I get my dream job offer. It's people don't realize how busy YouTubers are. Skyline doesn't mind helping you, but he doesn't want to waste his time. He's got, for every minute he spends on the phone with you, he could be helping somebody that's serious about wanting to come to Crete. So just keep that in mind. I think the internet's speeding up. My comments are going quicker. Mike Burbank gets to have some sort of life outside the truck. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And I would argue that I have a life outside of the truck. I think my life's pretty good. I'm an empty nester. My kids are grown. My wife's kids are grown. So when I'm there, I get to see them. We get to do our thing, and then I come out here and have my adventures and do my thing. My wife was going with me sometimes. She can't now because she's working. She's got a job that she loves, and so I think my life's in a good spot. I'm pretty happy with where things are. I love what I'm doing. Love helping people, just like any other truck driver. Love giving money. KC wants to channel member wants to know how long Skyline's been at Crete. SRJ says this is some good content. I hope Christian finds it to be beneficial. I hope so too. I hope he'll take it in the vein it's intended and not get mad. I'm not doing this to throw him under the bus or attack him, but this is this is a whole lot of drivers trying to help him, and I hope he's absorbing this information. And it's probably pretty tough for him to listen to, but hopefully tonight and tomorrow when he thinks about it, he'll get some benefit out of it. My real hope is that he'll listen to it a second time and really absorb. Uh, I think the fantasy of what we think YouTube is kind of gets people drunk, and they make dramatic decisions hoping to benefit their YouTube channel, and that's just not the way you do it. Like I said, every survey I've seen, every analytic I've seen that you guys have done, every one of them says the reason y'all watch me is because I tell the truth and give my honest opinion. So that's what that's my whole show. Tell the truth and give my honest opinion because that's what YouTube tells me y'all want to see. Now, I don't know what I'd do if YouTube says lie to them and mislead them. That's not me. That'd be very difficult for me to do. SRJ says midlife has a bunch of videos that can also be very beneficial to your journey. Yeah, I agree. Midlife puts out a lot of good stuff. And even in here, Midlife has a lot of good comments. He and I are never going to agree on paid parking, and we're not going to agree on logbooks. We have different opinions on logbooks. But 90% of what he says, I agree with. And almost always, he puts good comments in here that people can benefit from. So I appreciate Midlife being in here. And it's nice to have a yin and a yang, somebody that kind of goes against you a little bit. So I appreciate midlife being here. ROB says, Christian, I'm an owner operator leased on at Crete, but I started as a company driver for them. I average 2,000 a week as a company driver. Let Skyline help you get your foot in the door. Yeah, that's a good point. However, I would be curious how much experience you had when you started as a company driver, because 2,000 a week at at Crete is going to be difficult. That's a lot of miles, especially in this economy. And I think it's going to, I'm not saying it's impossible, but especially if you've got limited experience or something like that. Now, sure, if you get hooked up with the right dispatcher and your home time works out, yeah, maybe. But we're talking about a guy that wants to go home every 10 to 14 days. And I don't think you're going to go home every 10 to 14 days and make 2,000 a week as a company driver at Crete. Maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, Skyline will correct me. I think 15 to 1,800 is a lot more realistic, not just at Crete, but at most companies. KC says Todd didn't even channel member, by the way, says I didn't even say goodbye. Good gosh, he must be in the boonies tonight. Yeah, I'm in Missouri and my signal sucks, but I'm not leaving. I will tell everybody bye before I check out. If it kicks me out, just be patient. I'll be right back. Just got to switch internets. Michael says, where are they, or are trolls messing with you? Who's that, Michael? But yeah, the trolls have been messing with me this week. I'm not going to mention all the crap they've done, but it's okay. We survive and persevere. Exactly, Michael. Great comment. 2,500 a week, a rainbow and a unicorn. Exactly. And that can be a problem for a lot of guys. If you've got unrealistic expectations, you're not going to be happy anywhere. Every company's going to be bad. Skyline answering the question about how long he's been at Crete. He's been there a little over 5 years. Yeah, if I've got Skyline's number, I'll tell you what might be better. Skyline, if you're still in here, why don't you put your email in the comments, and that way people can email you. Because with my email situation like it is right now, I've got a feeling that I'm going to get bombarded and it's going to get lost. So hopefully Skyline will put his email in the comments, and y'all can all reach out to him and he can talk to you about Crete. Here's a good one. KC channel member says we also watch so we can sleep with you, not just for the info. That's that's nice to know. Everybody that watches my channel wants to sleep with me. I think you meant fall asleep watching my videos, but still very funny comment. One guy said in here a couple of weeks ago that his wife falls asleep watching my videos, and I said something doesn't sound right about that, about your wife wanting to sleep with me, but it was a guy I knew well, and he thought it was funny. Channel member Christian says that's really not it. I am really having a tough time with all of this. One guy says this, the other guy says that about whatever company. So I'm documenting it. Well, let's delve into that a little more. So you said tonight, and you've changed a couple of times, but I'm going by what you said tonight. The most important thing to you is money. If a company's paying 60 cents a mile and you're going to run 100,000 miles a year, and I realize you're going to run a little more than that, that's $60,000. So 70, 75 is pretty realistic for what you're going to make. Now you've said you want 2,500 a week. So to get there, this simple math, this is very simple math. Let's say you run 120,000 miles a year, which I'm going to tell you that may be difficult going home every 10 to 14 days. 120,000 miles a year. And you want to make, well, let's do this, 2,500 a week. Crap, I'm going to have to close that. Times 52. You want to make 130,000 a year. Okay. So to do that, let's do 130,000 divided by 12. You're going to have to run 10,833 miles a month. So let's call it 11,000. So 11,000 miles a month. Wait a second, I'm getting myself confused here. Okay, that's right. So 130,000 a year divided by 11,000. I did that backwards. Anyway, let me do this a different way. Y'all can tell I'm tired. $11,000 divided by you're going to have to make somewhere around, you're going to have to make almost $1 a mile to do that. Because you got to make 11,000 a month. 4 points. So if you run 10,000 miles, that's how I need to do this. Let's say you ran 2,800 miles a week. 2,800, 11. You're going to have to run a lot of miles. That's my calculator's not working with me tonight. But you're going to have to make somewhere around about 80 or 90 cents a mile to make that work. And I just don't know of any company jobs that are paying that good. There's a few making 75 cents a mile. And you say, well, I can run more than 2,800 miles a week. You can, but it's that 10 to 14 days at home. And how long are you going to stay home when you go home for that? Overnight, or are you going to want to stay 3 or 4 days? I just don't know that you've thought this through. And I may go there tomorrow at orientation, and because I'm not desperate and want to make the right decision since I made a few bad ones, well, I can almost guarantee you're setting yourself up for failure. If you're thinking you're going to make 2,500 a week as a company driver with a regional company pulling containers, I'll guarantee it. I'm not wishing it on you, but I'm guaranteeing it. And, you're welcome to prove me wrong. Show me some settlements where you're making 2,500 a week, and I'll gladly make a video and tell everybody how wrong I was. Crete wants you to buy a truck, and they do need money down. Yes, it's a purchase. It's not a lease. We've been very clear about that. I don't think you should be even considering buying a truck. If there's anybody that's categorically not ready, it's you. You need to be a company driver for at least 2 years. You've got a lot to learn, and you're not open to constructive criticism or input. A lease would be terrible for you, because here's what's going to happen. You're going to get in a lease and you're going to make 2,500 a week for a couple of weeks. and then your truck's going to go down for 3 or 4 days, and you're going to get a $700 or $800 check, and then you're going to go, oh, I got to have 2,500 a week. I quit. Or you're going to break down for 8 weeks like I did, and you're going to go, oh, I got a family. I can't do this. Skyline says, I think he can be making around 1250 to 1650, but it all depends on taxes. Every state is different. Yeah, I agree with Skyline. I think what Skyline's telling you the truth. He's not a recruiter, and I will guarantee you that what he's doing, you take the cents per mile and divide it by your average miles a week, and you're going to be right there where he's saying. Now, he's talking gross. Net's going to depend on, like you said, the state you're in, how many dependents you have, all of that. But yeah, this is what's wrong, Christians. Nobody's told you the truth. And we're trying to tell you the truth, and it's not what you want to hear, but it's still the truth. All right, I'm going to leave this up for a second. This is Skyline's email. It is skylinecivic93@gmail.com. Skyline Civic 19, or I'm sorry, I'm screwing it up now. Skylinecivic93@gmail.com. If you guys would like to know more about Crete, give Mr. Skyline a call. He's a great guy. I've talked to him before. Tell him you want more information. You saw it on Trucker Todd's channel, and I will guarantee you he'll help you get in contact with the recruiter. He'll tell you the truth. I think he's looking at their purchase program too. I keep wanting to call it a lease. Their purchase program. He's waiting until after the first of the year when the new model year comes out, and then he's going to jump to their owner operator program. He's been with the company 5 years. He can probably answer just about any question you got about the company. So I hope that you guys will check him out, and take a screenshot of this with your phones or whatever, and then after the show, reach out to him, and he'll get you squared away if that's something you're interested in. Skyline says, but I used to make that after taxes and health insurance, but I have 2 dependents. Well, yeah, and truth be told, this economy right now, it's harder to get miles than it was in the past. So, I mean, when the economy rebounds, if it rebounds, we may all get more miles, but for now, it is what it is. And Pablo's here. I'm glad you made it in. He says, hey, Mr. Todd. Hey, Pablo, thanks for being here, man. Glad you could sneak in. ROB. Give it just okay. We're back. I had a guy that I've shared this story. He had an account where he made ridiculous money, and it had like 19 stops on it. And everybody'd go, well, Jim, I want to do what you're doing. I want to make what you're making. And he'd go, okay, I can get you on it. It's 19 stops. Oh, I don't want to do that. That's the problem, Rob. There's a lot of people out here that want to make what we make, but they don't want to do what we do. And I run into it with YouTube all the time. Well, I wish I had a YouTube channel, and I wish I had 6,000 followers. Well, do what I do, and you'll have what I have. Oh, well, I don't want to do that. It's time consuming. I didn't realize how long it takes to edit videos, or that people call you all odd hours of the night, or that, you get 20 or 30 emails a day you got to respond to. I just want to make what you make. And it's the same thing like you're talking about, ROB. People want to make what you make, but they're not willing to do what you do. So we're getting some clarification, KC. Channel member asked, was that 12 to 1650 net? I believe he was talking gross. Skyline can clarify. But nope, he answered it further down. That is net for him. But he did say it would vary based on how many dependents you have and what state you live in and all that. Video is rendering, and I put an explanation in the center of the video. Okay. Skyline says, yes, for me, it all depends on your state taxes, and for the per diem helps too, KC. All right. Yep. All those things factor in. Okay, Christian, I don't even know what you're talking about now. Channel member Christian says not a company lease. Are you talking about Gulf Relay? Or are you talking about Crete? I don't know. Skyline says if you decide to come to Crete in the future, Keith, don't forget to sign up for per diem. Well, per diem has its pros and its cons. It gives you more money weekly, but where it hurts you is if you go to get a house loan, a car loan, something like that, it can actually hurt you because it makes it look like your income is less. So if you've got everything you want and you're not planning on making a bigger purchase, then yeah, do a per diem and you'll take more money home. But if you're going to do a home loan, car loan, something like that, you might not want to do per diem because it can work against you, make your income. KC's channel member says, I don't have state income tax, just federal. How does the per diem work? Does it come out or your mileage pay? Have you made a video on per diem? So before we go too far off in the weeds and this turns into a Crete recruiting video, I would just say, why don't you email Skyline and he can go over with you how Crete does their per diem and all of that. I think that's a better way. And then that way we can keep things moving along because we're already at the 3.5 hour mark and I still got to drive tonight. And our internet's been great. Channel member Christian says, I do appreciate all the help though, and I am listening. Good deal. That's all we can ask for. Pueblo says, I'm OTR flatbed and make $1,700 or less gross. Never seen a $2,000 check when it has bonus, only when it has bonuses. Yeah, but that's okay. That's what I say all the time on here. If you make $600 a week and you're happy, then I'm happy for you. I'm never going to tell you, well, you're stupid for doing that for $600 a week. But if you make $600 a week and you want to make more, I'm going to try to help you. But if you're like Christian and you're making, $2,500 a week and you think you should be making more, I'm going to tell you, hey, you might want to look at adjusting your expectations a little. I'm watching a truck about to hit another truck. I can tell by looking he's not set up good. And I can't get out and help him right now. Yes, KC, this comes from Skyline. 1 penny for the per diem. That's what you pay. And the per diem is 14 cents. Oh, I think he hit something. I heard metal. I'm staying right here. I hear no evil, see no evil. SRJ, 4166 miles a week at 60 cents is 2,500 a week. That would give you a 34 turn and you're back on the road. I would be burned out in a month. Yeah, that's a good point, SRJ. And it brings up, is it possible to do that? Sure, it's possible. I did it at Roadrunner. I had an 80-mile-an-hour truck and I was doing terminal to terminal freight, drop and hook. I had a special deal where they had my loads waiting on me. I wasn't in the terminal 15 minutes. I ran my freaking tail off. And so I could get the 4,200 miles a week. There's videos where I show my mileage and everything, show my logbook, how I did it. But can you do it week in and week out? Maybe with some over the road companies if you've got a faster truck, if you run in some of the higher speed limit states, maybe. Can you do it with a regional container company where you're home every 10 to 14 days? I don't think so. Well, this just got even better. Channel member Christian says golf relay is a lease. Then I would run from that as quick as I possibly could. You're going to starve to death there. It's all about revenue. You're not going to be able to make enough revenue pulling containers in and out of the ports to do that. It's not going to work, Christian. I don't care what the recruiter tells you. It's that kind of work is for people that's got a paid off truck. If you had my '08 Volvo before I wrecked it, maybe you could do it. It's going to be nearly impossible. You would make more money at Crete or GP Transco than what you're going to make doing that. And again, I'm saying it right here in public in front of everybody. If I'm wrong, come back in a few weeks and show me some settlements. And I don't mean one settlement from 1 week where, everything fell in line right. I mean, show me multiple settlements over multiple consecutive weeks. Another thing you got to think about, you're going to be doing a lot of stop and go in that truck, which is really hard on the maintenance on it, the brakes, the engine, the tug, and the transmission. You're going to have more maintenance. You're going to be pulling a lot of chassis. Those chassis are going to have a lot of problems. It's not going to be the rainbow and unicorns that you think it is. And the fact, I mean, we're telling you this because we've got experience. We know what we're talking about. It's not that we're trying to crush your dreams, but this is a train wreck waiting to happen. And that's why everybody's hanging around and watching this. They know it's a train wreck and they see me trying to warn you, hey, you're about to get hit by a train and you're saying you don't want to make another mistake. And this is a huge, huge mistake, in my opinion. And I don't have a dog in this fight. Let's be very clear. All you, oh, he's just trying to get a referral bonus. I don't make a penny off you going to any of these companies or if you pick some other company. I'm just telling you, this is a horrible idea that there's no way I can get behind it and recommend it. SRJ says, do not lease. I definitely don't think he should. Pueblo says, Mr. I am going back to Swift, but trying to buy a truck and go in flatbed. What do you think? I really don't know much about the Swift flatbed department. I would think it would be good. They have a lot of freight in the flatbed department from what I've heard. I knew a team that was doing it that was real happy there. They used to watch my videos. I hadn't seen them in a while. But you got to keep in mind, it's been 7 months since I was at Swift, maybe a little. No, it's been longer than that. Shoot, it's been, it's been 7 or 8 months since I've been at Swift. So some of my information's outdated. I couldn't tell you how much freight they got or how things are over there. But I would definitely, especially since I don't know a lot about Swift flatbed, try to find some Swift flatbedders out on the road and talk to them. Try to talk to some people online, see if you can get some information, and try to make the best decision you can. I think Mercer has a pretty good program too, especially if you're gonna buy a truck, you might look at Mercer. And if you're gonna do specialized, maybe even Landstar, although I just can't get behind that 65%. Skyline says, so if you make 65 cents per mile, the take 14 cents for per diem. Yep. There you go. KC says, that's cool. I like that. Skyline says, you're absolutely right, Todd. If they have questions, email me. Yeah, that's the best way to do it because different people are going to have different interests in different things. There's some people in here listening, they probably don't care about the per diem other way. They care about benefits. And instead of us going off on all these tangents and turning this into a Crete recruiting video, it's better to just email Skyline and let him let him answer your specific questions. It'll save you time, and that way we can focus on keeping more people engaged in here. KC says the government showed us. Oh, this is a great comment. I already know, Christian. I hope you're hearing this. The government already showed us over the last couple of years that they can shut down ports like flipping off a light switch. Oh boy, Christian, I can't tell you how frustrating this is for me, man. He's channel member Christian says, sorry if I misunderstood. It isn't container work. So for the past at least 2 hours, we've all thought it was container work. Why don't you tell us exactly what you're going to be doing for this company and why you think regional lease and I noticed you didn't put purchase in there, so you never own the truck. Tell us why you think this is a good idea. Sell us on it, Christian. Here's your chance. Tell us why this is a great deal at Gulf Relay. Yeah, originally you did say it was container work, and you've been, like I said, you've been all over the place. Several people have asked me if you were trolling me because it's just some of the stuff you're saying is really crazy to an experienced driver. So if it's not container work, tell us exactly what you'll be doing regionally and what the cents per mile is and why you think you're going to make $2,500 a week. And please, since it's a lease, don't tell me that it's $2,500 a week gross, because then you're not going to make nothing. You're going to be in the hole every week. So sell me on it right now. I want to hear this. Here we are coming up on 4 hours, but I think this is going to be worth it. Skyline says, how's the truck running so far, Todd? I really like the visor. It looks good. Truck's running great, man. I'm loving it. The visor is really good for keeping the sun down. It's also got tint across the top of the side windows to kind of block the glare from the sun. The only downside's mounting my dash cam. I'm going to have to mount it differently. But man, this is a mess over here watching this truck. But yeah, it's I still hadn't put my dash cam in here. I got to get that done because everybody's driving crazy these days. Oh, this is great. This guy always has cool names. So he's now the pilot Flying J P Jug Patrol. Oh man. Can you imagine that job? Can you imagine that job, being the guy that had to clean up the truck stop parking lot? You know, when they're riding around on that golf cart, they're thinking, you know, at some point in my life, I made a wrong turn somewhere. Shipping containers. This is a troll. I'll take his call though, or I mean his message. He says, LOL. Todd has advice about bad lease purchase now. Love this comical stuff. Yeah, I've always had advice. Any experienced trucker that has had any level of success out here has an idea of what is good and what's bad and what you should look for and what you shouldn't. And shipping containers, I'd be happy to compare with you if you'd like to. I bet I outperform you in just about every other way, because what you do is you hide behind your keyboard and you make your negative comments and take your pot shots, but you're just a coward. And I said it right here on the air. You're just a coward and a keyboard warrior that back in the day we called a CB Rambo. And so, you know what? I'm done with you shipping containers. I thought we took care of you before, but now you're done. There, you have a nice night. By the way, shipping containers, I'll let you know if I'm at math. Freaking coward. All right, channel member Christian Harlow. I'm doing a lease hauling customer freight. It's 73% to the truck. Okay, that means absolutely nothing because what customer freight? What's their average rate per mile? Things like that. There's a lot you need to know. What do you get paid for accessorials? What's the fuel discount? Are you going to get your own fuel card? Do they have a fuel surcharge, or is it just the rate from the customer? There's a lot that you got to know. Is it live load and live unload? Is it drop and hook? My Uncle Racing Ray says, "Hey Todd, just tuning in. Going to go back to the start of the show. All right, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Sorry you saw me get a little wound up for a second." Channel member Christian says, "I'm sorry I walked away for a few about the confusion. It's okay. We're still here clicking away. If can do flatbed, maybe, but want to be going home every 10 to 14 days, that's for sure." Yeah, but the problem with flatbed is here lately the rates have been going down on flatbed. Actually, this week flatbed and reefer both went down, and dry van was the only one that really went up any at all, and it didn't go up tons, but it did go up a little. And flatbed, you've got your issues there too. You've got tarping and strapping, and you've got some time down there too. I just and company drivers. I mean, the real money in flatbeds when you become an owner operator. It seems like to me, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe somebody will correct me. Uh, P-Jug Patrol says, "Glad I was able to catch the live. I figured I would have missed it tonight." I'm glad you made it too. I always can't wait to see what names you come up with. That's hilarious. Channel member Christian says, "I don't remember saying it was container work. Sorry." That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, several of us were. You said something to the effect you were going to the ports or something. I'm thinking it's when you were talking to me or when you did your live the other night. I don't remember when you said it. Um, it's been a busy week, folks. I try to keep up with what's going on in everybody's world, but it's a lot. Surcharge is 100% to the truck. Average is 210 a mile. I'm budgeting on $1.90. Well, even that's off. So the fuel surcharge, it depends how much they're collecting. 100% of what? And everybody pays differently, despite what you'll hear. So 210 a mile, you've said you get 73% of that. That means you're getting $1.53 a mile plus the fuel surcharge. And you can't bank on the fuel surcharge because it changes weekly. So you're getting $1.53 a mile. Now you're going to be running regional, so you're going to get less miles. Okay, let's assume you don't though. Let's take the high road here. $1.53.3 to be exact. And this is average. Sometimes it'll be better, sometimes it'll be worse. Let's say that you ran 2,800 miles a week. That puts your revenue at $42.92, right? Okay, $42.92. Now, how much is your truck payment and insurance, all your fixed expenses? Didn't you tell me it was like 1,300? Okay, he says, I say customer, I mean contract. Okay, I knew it. So your truck is $450 a week, and your maintenance escrow is 2,800. What about insurance and all of that? Prices go up and down for diesel, Christian. Yeah, I'm about to show him that, Skyline. I'm about to show him. I'm letting him put all his numbers out there. But let's go ahead and subtract. We said 2,800 miles a week. at 10 cents a mile for escrow. That's 280. And then he said his truck payment's 450. Let's subtract that. And then he said, okay, well, I'm not asking about SOAR. Let's keep it focused. Tell me about Gulf Relay. How much is all your fixed expenses, your insurance, all that? You Okay, so you don't have all the numbers. So, okay, we're going to be fair to you. I'm not going to attack you for not knowing your numbers, but I am going to tell you, or I'm going to ask you, how do you plan on making 2,000 a week at a company that you don't even know your numbers? And I'm hitting them high for you. I'm giving you 2,800 miles a week, going home every 10 to 14 days. That is running your tail off for an average going home every 10 to 14 days for a couple of days. Right now, taking out the truck payment and the escrow, you're at 35.62. You take out another 1,500 for diesel. Now we're at $2,062. Now, when you take out your insurance, your maintenance, how much is your maintenance? How many cents per mile are they taking out for maintenance? I'm going to save you some. I'm going to save you some math. It don't even matter at this point. You'll be lucky to clear $1,000 a week because we're already at 2,000. You haven't put anything into a maintenance account, and you don't know how much your insurances and stuff are. You're going to be lucky to clear 1,000 a week if you run your tail off. Okay, he's looking it up. I'm going to get him some exact numbers. I'll be within $100 if he gives me all the information. And keep in mind, this is 2,800 miles a week. Most of their guys are probably running about 2,300 miles a week if they're regional. Simply because you're doing more stops. It's not, all right, it's time for some heat. So channel member Christian says he's looking it up. Skyline has another great comment. Don't forget all the little things you have to pay weekly, the tablet, and for all those little things they add. Listen to Todd, Christian. I'm really beginning to think Christian is just playing with us. Yeah, several people are starting to think he's trolling me, and I really hope not because he's wasting. If he's serious, then I want to educate him. But if he's trolling me, he's wasting the time that I could either A, be driving or B, be helping drivers. SRJ says, Skyline, I think you're onto something. So now we're starting to get a consensus, channel member Christian, that think you're just you're messing with us. He has been very supportive of the channel, both in the comments and financially. So I don't want to discount him if he's serious. But the further we go with this, Christian, the harder it's getting to take this seriously. And he just said a couple more things that scare the heck out of me and make me think it's the worst. So, all right, workers' comp is 37.50. Non-trucking liability. Insurance, $10 a week. That's awful cheap accident liability insurance. But I'll go with his numbers. And then 185 a week. And I didn't take the diesel didn't come off for some reason. Something's not. Okay, we'll leave it on there for a minute. And 10 cents maintenance escrow. So that's another 280. Now, what about ELD and all of that? So we'll do another 280 for maintenance, which I would tell you that's way too low. With the kind of work you're doing, you probably need about 15 cents a mile into maintenance. But we're at 1627, and I am certain, based on the comments I've seen so far, that there's a lot of stuff we're not including in that. I think you're going to be real lucky to clear $1,000 a week there. I think $1,000 a week is going to be a great week for you at that company. Channel member Christian says he's not trolling at all. ELD is 1450. All right. Not a jab at Christian, but how many people lease buy trucks that don't think about little expenses on top of truck insurance? You'd be surprised. I've had people call me that didn't know they were going to get charged for the fuel. I was talking to Scott about this today. I think companies should do a lease purchase beginners class where they teach people stuff. You'd be surprised how many people don't realize they're responsible for tires or maintenance. It's it's crazy. People jump in and they don't have a clue what they're getting themselves into. Yeah, ROB has a great, this is why I'm trying to get you to listen to what everybody's telling you, Christian. You say you don't want to make another mistake, and you've got a tidal wave of a mistake coming. ROB says with inflation, 10 cents for maintenance escrow is going to net you enough to pay for a regular PM, but good luck if you actually break down. Well, yeah, and that's the other part of that, that's why I was glad about your comment. It reminded me. He says it caps at 2,500. My last Kenworth bill was 5,000. What's he do if he's got a maintenance account that's capped at 2,500? It's this program he's looking at is set up for failure, and the fact that he don't see it and that he don't hear it when all of us are sitting here telling him, I mean, it just shows how ready he's not. He needs to be a company driver somewhere until the stuff we're telling him tonight. And I hope he watches this video again, and I hope that he digests it and thinks about it, because he's not ready. This is, if you don't understand what we're telling you tonight, and I'm not just talking to Christian here, if you're watching this video and you're thinking, yeah, I would do that, they're paying $1.53 a mile, I would definitely do that, then you're not ready. If you're looking at a 37-cent discount at Love's, which is what he puts right here, this channel member Christian again, and you're thinking that's a great deal, I think I want to do that. My ES Advantage, there's oftentimes it saves over $1 a gallon. So what that means is Gulf Relay is probably getting that same dollar a gallon discount, but they're pocketing 60 something cents of it and giving you 37 cents of it. Channel member Christian. See, I don't think he's trolling me. I think this is what it is. So tomorrow is going to be a full disclosure, full numbers breakdown pay. You're still thinking on YouTube, and that is extremely sad to me, because you got a family that's dependent on you. And forget about YouTube. Forget about when the next video is coming out. Look at the numbers. Listen to the experience in here, what they're telling you. The people that are telling you this have owned trucks. They know what they're getting themselves into. Skyline's been a company driver for 5 years with the same company, but he's been researching because he's going owner operator next year. He knows about these expenses just like I do. It doesn't matter what the full numbers are tomorrow. We're telling you that you're destined to fail in this deal. And the reason I call it a failure, will you Will you make 2,500 a week? No, that's why we're saying you're destined to fail. You've said that's your ultimate goal. You're not going to do it there. You're not going to hit a third of that. I know when you go to orientation, there's another video. And you're going to get some people that watch you, but it's going to be people that want to watch you fail because, or they want to see how quick you realize you've failed. But the people that care about you aren't going to want to see you fail. And they're going to be frustrated you wouldn't listen to them when they were trying to warn you. Skyline says, well, I'm out. Good night, Todd. I'm driving at 4 a.m. Good night to you all. Be safe out there, guys. You need some rest, Todd. Well, just a little. Yeah, I'll get some. Don't worry about me. He's going to have me fired up. I'll be able to drive all night. KC says, take care, Skyline. See you next time. SRJ says, I'm out. I really hope it works out for Christian. I do too. I hope I'm wrong. We're going to wrap this up pretty soon. We're over 4 hours now. I think we've set a record for the longest video we've done. Professional Traveler says, what's up, Todd and everyone? Not much. Thank you for being here. And channel member Christian says, thank you, SRJ. Channel member Christian, I mean, when I go to orientation, it's a full disclosure day to me to learn about all the numbers. But see, that's the stuff you should do before you even do an application. These are the things that you do. And I think that may be why you're having the company hopping, because you don't go to orientation to find out about these things. Especially with the lease, have them send you the lease before you even go to orientation. Ask them to send you what's called a dummy lease and read it. Ask them to send you a breakdown of all the expenses and stuff before you read it. At the bare minimum, at this point, you should postpone them for a week and tell them to send you all the information so that you can look at it before you go. I mean, you're putting the cart before the horse and doing this stuff in the wrong order. I don't show up and find out when payday is or how much I'm getting paid. I know all those things before I ever do an application. And if they don't have time to answer my questions, I don't have time to do their application. Michael says ATS might be a good fit for him if he's looking to get into flatbed. Yeah, ATS also does, I believe they have dry van also. I think he needs a company that'll kind of coach him a little, kind of help him along. But I don't think he's going to make 2,500 a week. I don't think that's realistic at his experience level where he's at right now. I may be wrong, and that y'all stay tuned. If he can produce settlements in the coming weeks that prove me wrong, I'm not too big to admit when I'm wrong. I've said there are guys that's doing it. That what's his name? Midlife Trucker. He gets right around that area, but he works his tail off and he runs the truck like an owner operator, manages his expenses. I mean, he's what every company would like to hire for a company driver. Channel member Christian says, good idea. Channel member Christian said he wanted to do oversized. Yeah, this might be another good one for him. He says, have you looked at him? I would coach him, but again, I don't experience level where he's at. I don't think he's going to make 20 out of the gate. Maybe if he gets on the right account or if he gets really good fleet managed, but I don't think Prime's going to come over 10 to 14 days. I don't think that's realistic. He's in a tough spot. He don't want to do real estate. He don't want to go over road. He wants to do regional or dedicated and get pay. Wants to make $130,000 a year as a company driver. I don't think the market's there yet. I don't think trucking's there yet. Trucking pay's gone up a lot, but I don't think we're at that level yet. Anyway, 12 minutes. I think I to sufficiently tick off enough people. I'm going to go and wrap this up. Guys, have a great night. We'll catch you on the Thursday night show. I'll probably be in Colorado at that time. I hate saying bye because every time I do, somebody a couple of comments in that it won't let me respond to after I go off the air. But y'all have a good one. Thank y'all for sticking with me. And oh boy, we got to go again. Here we go. Channel member Christian, here's my full experience. Licensed CDL since 1996. Worked for a temp company for 2 years. Got on at RL Carriers. Worked for RL doing line haul. Okay, so we're going to break this down. How long you had your CDL really doesn't factor into this. You worked for a temp company for 2 years, which is not over the road. You got on at RL Carriers and worked there for 5 years doing line haul, which is not over the road. So since 1996, you've basically got no over the road experience. And also, I know you worked for some other companies that you didn't list there, Variant and another one. You worked at one of them for like 3 weeks and you worked for Variant for like 2 or 3 months. So over the road experience, you've got way less than a year. I then went to work for Pat Salmon, did that for over 10 years. Okay, so, all right. There it is. Again, over the road experience. I think you need more of it before you become an owner operator. You can disagree with me, you can prove me wrong, but that's what I think. Exactly. Here's Michael with a great comment. 73% of what? That can mean anything. Yeah, and are you in the confirmation? Because it's only 73% if they show you the actual rate confirmation like I get. And so you might remember there's another trucking company, Russian based, that's being sued right now because they claim they were paying 88% and they weren't. They were paying a percentage of the 88%. They would cut it a couple of times, so you weren't really getting 88%. And if they're not going to show you, ask them. There's you a question for them in orientation, Christian. Can I see the rate cons? How do I know I'm really getting 73%? How do I really know I'm getting 100% of the fuel surcharge? You going to show me the rate con? I get to see every one of mine. I see mine before Scott does. Do you? Are they going to show you the rate con? If they're not, that 73% don't mean nothing. Channel member KC says you have to have recent experience. After a few years, they make you start over as if you never had any experience. That's what I'm going through right now. That's very true. And it's not very long. A lot of them, if it's been more than 6 months that you drove, they'll want you to take a refresher course with a trainer or something like that. Yeah, I agree with KC. Channel member KC says it doesn't really matter how long you had your CDL. Yeah, do you think of how much, those of you that's been out here a few years, think of how much trucking has changed since you started driving. I think about how much trucking's changed since I started driving. The fact that I've had my CDL since 96 means almost nothing. The fact that I've utilized it since 96 means a lot more. I've kept my toes in the water. ROB says, thanks, Todd. Thanks, Todd. Glad it's going well for you. Keep on keeping on. Yes, sir. Michael says, not Randy. What did Randy do now? I lost you. The last comment was about 73%. Oh, I know what you're saying. Yeah, Randy, what didn't have access to the rate confirmations, and he felt concerned that he wasn't getting 73% too, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think this is a train wreck. Channel member Christian says we are going to see all the numbers in orientation tomorrow. I will make sure if I leave if it's not what I was told. Well, here's the deal. What you're doing is kind of like Nancy Pelosi when she said we're going to have to pass the bill to know what's in it. You're waiting until you're there and you're in a pressure situation to find out numbers that if it was a good deal, they'd show you up front before you got there. And my bet is that going to show you till you get there. And my bet is not going to show you every single load. For one, they've got however many drivers they got, and it's a pain in the butt to show you if they're really giving you 73%. They are, but he says, good point. Ask them for the rate. This is more proof that you're not ready because you should have this already. This should have all been done before you ever did an application. Now it's different if you're a company driver. If company driver, it's how much you pay and what day is payday. Do I get paid weekly or biweekly? When you're starting a business, I mean, you got to know these things going in. And Michael says, $1.90, huh? Well, he claims it's $2.10 a mile on average, but he's only getting 73% of that, which is $1.53 a mile. Now, he did say that the other day he thought the fuel surcharge was around 50 cents. So he's back up to 203 a mile on average. That's not terrible, but again, he's doing regional work. And we're figuring this on 2,800 miles a week. If he gets 2,000 or 2,200 miles a week, like a lot of regional drivers do, and he's, doing 2 or 3 deliveries a day or even 4 or 5 a week, it's going to be real hard to rack up those kind of miles. Ted says, how are the freight rates out there, sir? This week they seem like they were a little better, but from what others had told me. But keep in mind, I've only pulled. I'm on my 3rd load right now, so I'm still second or third load. I hadn't been back out long, so but it did seem like they came up a little bit. I've had some decent stuff this week. First one was real good, like 280 a mile, if I remember correctly. Second one was a lot less because I was just trying to get a load over to turn that trailer in and get and get this trailer. And then this load here was $3 a mile. If you figure the deadhead in, I'm at 271 a mile. Michael says he'll be spending 1,800 to 2,500 a week. Yeah, and see, I gave him the benefit of the doubt on that too. I figured his if he got the S Advantage card, he might spend about 1,500 a week on fuel. If he's using that company card, and you and I both know he's going to, and saving 37 cents at Love's, then yeah, you're right. He's going to be 1,800 to probably 2,200 a week anyway in fuel. It's a recipe for disaster. And see, he's about to ask some more questions. That means he just doesn't have a. DIY Semi, thank God you're here. We got a guy that's about to make a catastrophic failure. I've spent over 2 hours trying to talk sense into him. DIY, if you've got a few minutes, would you talk to Christian? He's as lost as a baseball in a wheat field. Channel member Christian, isn't 73% good? It's not outstanding. I'm getting 80/20. It's not terrible. I would say it's middle of the road. The problem is 73% of what? That's what we're trying to get you to understand. Are they going to show you the rate confirmation? Because if they're not, you're just taking their word for it. And you know, if they're one of these low ball carriers that will bid loads low, 73% might be terrible. You might be better in a mileage contract than you would be with 73% at some of these companies. Sorry, I just read a funny comment. KC channel member says, here's some good experience walking in the door. DIY can explain all this quite well. He's a numbers guy. I agree with you. DIY is a fountain of knowledge. The problem is this guy's had a fountain of knowledge talking to him for over 4 hours now, and he doesn't want to hear it. DIY says, as long as he's not going to Prime. What do you got against Prime there, DIY? I get in trouble every time I badmouth them. Oh, man, I'm so happy you're here, DIY. DIY, let me see something on you. Are you a moderator? You should be. Yep. Okay, thank goodness. We've been telling it that exact phrase, 73% of what? And the rest of the details matter. I went through all his expenses with him, and he doesn't get it. He does not get it. He is going to a regional carrier called Gulf Relay, and he wants to be home every 10 to 14 days running regional freight, and he wants to take home $2,500 a week. And he thinks he's going to do it. We've all missed it. There's something there. He doesn't know his numbers, but he's going to find out his numbers tomorrow in orientation. As he gets his numbers, we're all going to say, oh, Christian, we were so wrong. You were so right. Man, I wish we would have had the foresight to do what you've done. DIY, buy a truck and I'll drive it and lease from you. DIY, buy a truck and let him be a company driver for you and coach him. He needs a lot of coaching. DIY says, is it a lease purchase? Expenses likely to get out of control. He claims it's a lease, so he's never going to own the truck. It's got crazy things like a maintenance program that's 10 cents a mile and caps off at $2,500. You and I know this days is nothing for a maintenance account. It's got just all kinds of stuff. It's literally the lease, but he thinks it's a good deal because I don't know. Christian, here's your chance. You couldn't sell it to the rest of us. You've got DIY here, a fleet owner, a guy that knows more about maintenance than probably all of us combined. Sell him on it. Tell him where we're missing it, why this is a great deal. Well, this is the other problem. We're going to get to this too. Channel member Christian says, sorry I say lease, but it's a lease purchase. Every time we pin him in a corner and tell him what a terrible deal is, he changes it. For a while it was containers. Now it's not containers. It's contract freight. And, for a while it was he needed to be home. Now it's that he needs to make $2,500 a week take home. It's just, we've been all over the board to the point that people at this point are saying that he's just trolling me. I don't think he is. I think he's really that lost. And I'm hoping that DIY can set him straight because, oh boy, I'm going to take up drinking. DIY says I'm tapped out on trucks right now. Oh, Michael says he needs to figure out his break-even point. We're miles and miles away from break-even point. He doesn't even know his numbers. He doesn't know how much his insurance is. He doesn't, there's so much that he doesn't know. He doesn't know if he's going to get to see the rate cons. we're years away from worrying about what his break-even point is. He didn't ask basic questions that you should even ask before you fill out an application. This is a total nuclear disaster. DIY Semi says, Christian, that other company you emailed me about is a better deal. There you go. DIY Semi, not saying that it's great, but it's better than this one. Channel member Christian says, okay, I assume everyone is on the same page. So there's a saying, 1,000 Romans can't be wrong. And basically, you've got hundreds of years between all of us of trucking experience. Want to listen to it. Now, something to keep in mind, you're kind of behind the 8 ball now. You're already at orientation. So I don't know what to tell you at this point. I think I would have liked to have talked to you more before you did this. I would have liked it if you'd have stayed with your original idea, but you've already gone down the road now. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe see if they've got a company driver job that you could do for a couple of months to see how you like it there before you make the jump. But I just don't think 2,500 a week is doable. And DIY Semi with a good comment. Let's not pile on him though. We've begged him for at least the last 3 hours to let's not talk about it. You've made your decision. Let's see how it goes. And he's keep coming back trying to sell us on what a great idea it is. And so I've told him I'm not trying to hurt his feelings. I'm really trying to save him. I feel like he's about to make a mistake. He said that he's made a couple of mistakes in trucking and he doesn't want to make another mistake. And I feel like this could be one of the biggest ones he's ever made in trucking. And I hope I'm wrong. Hey, if he comes back, I've said it multiple times in this video. If he comes back in 3 weeks and he's got settlements and he's like, hey, I'm killing it here, I'll come on here. I'll make a video. Hey, I was wrong. Christian saw something I didn't see, and this is a great company, and everybody should call Christian and rush over there. But he's gave me the numbers, and I don't see it. And I figured regional at 2,800 miles a week, him going home every 10 to 14 days. That's being optimistic. You know, in regional, 2,000, 2,200 miles a week is pretty good. I don't see it. And people want me to be honest, and that's what I'm doing. I'm being honest. KC channel member says no one has been dogging him. Todd has really been trying to work out the details to paint the picture for Christian that he just isn't seeing. Yeah, you know, it's for those that don't know, and DIY is a very busy guy. I realize he doesn't get to see all the videos. I really try to help people. I don't want anybody to feel dumb. I don't want anybody to feel embarrassed. But I mean, we had one today that me and another driver was talking about that we tried our best to help him, and the guy made a bad decision. And you could, if the driver was in here right now, you could ask him. It really bothered me that driver was going to fail. I wanted that guy to succeed, and I wasn't going to make money off the deal. I was trying to help that guy. I really want people to succeed. I really want trucking to improve and be a better thing. And it kills me when I see people about to make a colossal mistake and there's nothing I can do to stop them. Yeah, it's no problem, DIY. I'm really glad you're here. I think we benefit when we have guys like you in here. I told a story earlier in the show. You didn't get to hear it, I don't guess. I met Snorlord yesterday, who, from what I understand, is a pretty good friend of yours. A really nice guy. I had dinner with him. We took stickers off the trailer and put SRO Logistics stickers on there. But yep, he mentioned. I told him how supportive you and Cassius King had been to me, and we were kind of talking about what great guys y'all were or are. Were would insinuate that you were great in the past and you're not anymore. But I appreciate it. I do. Channel member Christian, my apologies. People who haven't spoke to me know I'm not totally incompetent. Nobody's calling you incompetent, but look, people are guilty of this. People, let me talk about hurricane for a second. There's people that they know hurricane's a terrible place to work. The lease purchase doesn't work for anybody. The transportation, another one. Go on Facebook. You can't find one single review where somebody likes it there. It doesn't matter. They want the pretty truck. They want the hooded truck. There's some people that they don't care what the facts are. They don't care what the truth is. They just want what they want. Maybe that's you. Prime used to be that way. I don't know how they are now. There was a time at Prime in the early 2000s, people were willing to take a subpar paycheck to have a pretty truck. And Prime had pretty well-equipped trucks. That's fine. You don't have a house. You don't have an apartment. You don't have a car. You live in your truck. Maybe Prime's okay. You get a pretty truck. You know you're not going to make a lot of money, but you're in a pretty truck. Maybe this Gulf Relay has what you want. It's not going to be $2,500 a week. As long as we agree on that, fine, go there. Maybe they've got the truck you want. Maybe they've got the home time you want. Whatever it is. Exactly. Here's another great comment from DIY. Lots of good opportunities out there. Just got to find the right one. Yeah, and that's another thing. You guys hear me. You hear me get on here and I talk about SRO logistics and how much I like it. They might be a super fit for me. DIY might go there and he might hate it. They might be the exact opposite of what he's looking for. That's why there's so many companies. There's a fit for everybody. And Gulf Relay may be that way. I may go, oh, that's a terrible idea. I would never do that. Christian may go there and light the world on fire. In 3 months, he may be operations manager there and he may make a killing. But just on the numbers on their lease, I wouldn't do it. At this point, I think he's already at the orientation. I would see if they had a company driver job. I would do that for a few months and fill the company out before I signed a contract that financially binded me to that company. I'd also find out if it's a walkaway lease or if I'm contracted to that company. Now, my lease is not a walkaway lease. That's okay. I'm very happy with the guy I work with. I'm planning on going anywhere anyway. Truck's cheap enough that in a year so I could pay it off, and so I'm very comfortable in it. But in a brand new company that you don't know anything about, you probably want a walkaway lease if you are going to do their lease. The thing I have GP set up for Monday, which is a company job. Yeah, I would have probably done that or Crete personally. But again, you may be looking for different things I am. Again, I don't think that company job is out there that you're looking for at your experience level where you live that's going to give you $2,500 a week take home. Maybe I'm wrong. Now, you get 10 or 15 years of recent driving experience with no tickets, no accidents. Maybe opportunities like that open up, but not right out of the gate. I think you're going to be hard pressed to find one. Here Michael goes asking good questions again. What year is the truck? $450 a week. It has to have 400 to 500,000 on it. Yeah, and I'll bet you that there's some hidden fees they hadn't told him about yet. Because a lot of these deals, drivers do exactly what Christian did. They get hung up on the percentage and not, can I see the car? Get hung up on the cheap payment and not what kind of truck it is, condition it's in, how well the maintenance has been kept up. What's the maintenance schedule at Gulf Relay? how often they change the oil in that truck. Who does the work? Is it their shop, or they get direct tips, or who's the service on it? Just so many questions that you need to ask. Can they get history on the truck? Do we know how the last guy took care of it, or didn't do to it? Has it ever been in an accident? I mean, there's a lot of stuff there, and that's probably the hardest one to find out, because you can do a rig dig or something like that, but if it's a shop like a Swift or a Dart, and they fix it in their shop, it may not show on a rig dig for 6 times, and if they use their own company shop rig dig. Channel member Christian says, honestly, I see it. I hear what you're saying. I'm in here for help. Decision, and maybe it's a bad one, but tomorrow I'll fully know. I did add up all the numbers. Okay, good deal. So let me talk about Snorlord for a minute. He was nothing like what I thought he was going to be in person. I've watched a few of his morning shows, and I was expecting somebody that if and ways. He's probably one of the most laid people I've ever met. I mean, we had a good time laughing and doing that trailer. We went to that Mexican restaurant and ate, which, by the way, the fajitas were amazing. Had good conversation. We really wanted to do a video together, and we just ran out of time. I got there too late in the day. By the time we got the truck together, it was already, the trailer together, it was already cold and dark. I'm definitely going to start watching more of his videos as I get time. He does seem like a great guy, really laid back. And if I get a chance and pass through Springfield again, absolutely, I'd love to do a video with him. And he was very honest, very straightforward. The way he represented the trailer was very honest, very true. We did a walk around together on the trailer. He's very good at explaining stuff. I had a question about the trailer weighing thing on the tandems. He showed me how to use it, how to calibrate it. He made sure I had the key to the lock for the spare tire on the trailer. I mean, just definitely an honest, great guy that you'd want to do business with. And so, yeah, if I'm back in Springfield area and we got the chance, I'd love to do a video with him. Maybe have another conversation with him. We had a pretty extensive talk. I learned some things from him. And yeah, he's a good, solid guy. I'd also like to meet Cash and DIY at some point. I don't know how that's going to happen, because they're both kind of hard to reach, maybe at a truck show or something. But you never know. Stranger things have happened. I never thought I'd meet Snorlord, and I did. But definitely a really laid back, cool dude. And I really like his pickup. He's got an old Ford F-150 jacked up FX. Well, it's stock, but it's FX4 package, black. It's a really pretty truck. And me being the Ford guy I am, it was pretty cool to see that. But we got the stickers on the trailer, off the trailer, and then back on the trailer, and we about froze our tails off. He had something I didn't even know you could buy. I've got a heat gun, but mine plugs in with an extension cord. He had one that had like a rechargeable battery on it. I didn't even know they made them like that. Michael's saying bye to Sky. That rhymes. Channel member Christian, I put the sheet I was given in my Google Drive, and now I can't find it. I don't want to say wrong numbers. I said what I remember. That's okay. That's okay. Even if you were close, it's a bad deal. It wasn't even close to a good deal. Like some deals, you can look at them and you go, it's kind of on the border. Maybe it's a good deal. Maybe it's not a good deal. That one wasn't even close. That one's pretty cut and dry. And don't forget, Michael says, don't forget the 30% you have to put back for taxes. Yeah, I never include taxes in my numbers, because like they said earlier, everybody's numbers is different. Like Skyline was saying, I figure people know what they're going to pay in taxes and they can figure that out themselves. But yeah, it's going to be 20 to 30% probably. And we never know what tax shelters he's got or tax deductions he's got. But yeah, it's you got to calculate all that in. I assume he knows those things because he runs a real estate company, and I think he's told me before that shelters a lot of his tax liability. Channel member Christian says, "Sorry, no, it's okay. That's how we learn." I've had people attack me like that before, and we really don't mean it as attack. I hope we can remain friends through all of this. Michael says you go home every 6 to 8 weeks with Prime. I didn't know what their policy was now. It used to be 2 to 3. I guess they've upped it to. I guess they've increased it to 6 or 8. I agree with Michael. Prime will make you go with a trainer. Yep. Because you don't have recent enough over the road experience. So you will be out 6 to 8 weeks while you're in training, and maybe longer if your trainer doesn't think you're doing good. Channel member Christian, DIY, that is SOAR you were referencing. Well, I would agree with DIY that if he was referencing SOAR, SOAR would be better than this company that you're looking at. I still don't think SOAR is the. I think for you, for no other reason than you don't have recent that is significant enough, and the kind of question you need to get in with the company as a company driver, and maybe build up to it down the road. I do think GP and Creed are better options for you, but I do think SOAR is better than what you're looking at right now. So I would tie Creed and GP for first. I'd tie SOAR for second, and I would tie that outfit or put that outfit you're looking at for last place. Fax is 63 cents a mile this week. I think he means fuel surcharge. And that is with is that with Prime, Michael? You lost me. I'm getting tired. We've been going almost 5 hours. We're gonna have to wrap this up pretty quick. I got to call my wife before she goes to sleep, and I got to get back to work. I had no idea we were going to go this long tonight. I was actually kind of hoping it'd be a short one, but I think this is important. I don't think this is just for Christian. I think that there's a lot of newbies, and I realize he's had his video a long time. I think there's a lot of youngsters that need to hear this. You know, there's so many places saying, "Oh, just come lease with us. You're going to make millions, and nothing's ever going to go wrong." And they need to hear the flip. For goodness sakes, look at my last 3 months and shared with y'all openly. I wouldn't have made it if it wasn't without YouTube. And I'm monetized. If you've got a YouTube channel and you're not monetized, I don't see how you do it. But don't be doing this for YouTube. Do it, run the truck, and then if YouTube comes along for the ride, great. And if it don't, at least you got a thing going. All right. DIY checked out, has left the building, I think, and I think I'm going to do the same before any more comments come through. We're down to 24. Y'all have a great night. I got to get back to work. Take care. Bye-bye.